How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. You know what good feeling I have today? I have a good feeling we might hit level 40. That's the plan. That's the plan. God damn, I better. We better do it. How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Whether you're watching live, welcome in live viewers, or whether you're watching on the VOD at a later date, welcome in. Right. Let's get the game up and running. We got some stuff to talk about today. Some interesting news to talk about today. From Xbox podcasty ting yesterday. Trying to remember what the exact phrase was. What was the exact phrase that was used? I wrote this down. The exact phrase, Activision and Blizzard games are coming to Game Pass, starting with Diablo 4. Verbatim. Word for word. I should probably let Discord know, shouldn't we? Today we hit 40. No excuses. Too many distractions the last few days. Boom. Okay, coffee is on the cook. Coffee is doing its coffee thing. Who we got there? Who we got in this morning? Nobby, welcome in. Good morning. Hope you've had a wonderful week off this week. Half-term week, I believe, in the UK. Lady Daisy, welcome in. Good morning. Tammy, welcome in. Were you on last night? In what capacity? I wasn't playing video games so much last night, but I was alive and about last night. I would love to pronounce that name correctly, but I'm going to butcher this. We're going to go with Xia. That's probably not even remotely close, but welcome in. Good morning. And over on Team YouTube, Morgs, welcome in. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Always half-term week on my birthday. It's a shame. I guess it worked in your favour as a kid, but not so much anymore. Right, let's turn the tunes down just a touch for Team Twitch. Team YouTube are not blessed with music playing in the background anyway. Oh, nothing. We'll go to YouTube, see if the VOD, if there was one. No, I wasn't streaming last night. Although the wife was away, I decided to take it easy, especially since there was the Xbox podcast thing that went live at 10 p.m. last night, which has proved to be quite interesting. Not really too much details particularly, but just clarification, confirmation, and the announcement that Blizzard games are moving to Game Pass. There was she didn't specifically use the word all, but neither were there any exclusions mentioned. So, you know, by all understanding, Blizzard games are moving to Game Pass, so that is presumably, considering World of Warcraft is arguably Blizzard's biggest game, it would feel odd if World of Warcraft didn't move to Game Pass. Now, of course, there is some logistics that they probably need to work out, like what the hell do they do about the subscription? Because to my understanding, every game available on Game Pass is, for lack of a better word, the full game, right? You have access to the game regardless, as long as you are a Game Pass member. I don't know how Game Pass works in terms of like further monetization in the game. Are there games on Game Pass that will also then sell you a battle pass and then sell you this and then sell you that? I'm quite sure that is the case. In World of Warcraft's case, it's going to be how do they navigate the subscription to World of Warcraft? Are they still going to say that, yes, you can play the game in its full form if you are a Game Pass subscriber, yet you will still need your separate subscription, 30-day, 60-day time codes, whatever you use for your subscription? I wonder how that's going to work. I guess we'll find out. Diablo 4 is the first one that's hitting Game Pass, though. Not really too much of a surprise there, if I'm brutally honest. Diablo 4 was primed and ready to hit Game Pass, it seemed. What was the exact date? March 28th. So still a little way away before Diablo 4 hits. Is that going to be conveniently just in time for Season 4? It probably is, right? I thought Battle Pass only has base games, so it could be WoW without the newest expansion, for example. Possibly. Much like what you have access... Well, actually, currently, at the moment, with just a subscription, you only have access up to level 20... no, hang on. That's the same as if you just have a subscription right now, I believe. That you can't step into Dragonflight, but you can do everything else. If I understand it right. I should probably check this, because I can simulate it in another way. But I believe... Oh, I'm in Classic. It's not going to work right now, is it? I believe if all you have is a subscription, you only have access... You basically have access to everything but Dragonflight. Shop. World of Warcraft. I guess it's considered subscriptions. The World of Warcraft subscription. Monthly. Subscription includes level 1 through till 60 in World of Warcraft, 1 through till 60 in Classic, and 1 through till 80 in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Dragonflight expansion sold separately. So that's likely to be the scenario I would suggest. I would guess with Game Pass. I would imagine that that's the state of play, because when you think about it, what's Game Pass? $10 a month? Is Game Pass $10? I should know if Game Pass is $10 a month. I'd pay for the damn thing. I think Game Pass is $10 a month, so it's not too far different from if you were to get the best offer. It was Game Pass $12.99 now. They put Game Pass up. I mean, obviously that's Great British pounds, which is peasant money nowadays. Stupid Brexit. The word sterling doesn't quite hit the same anymore, does it? Why is 12 and 6 months the same price? Yeah, yeah. How can you claim that to be best value? Well, best value for who here? best value for who here, Blizzard? Because you get 2 mounts instead of 1. You get more mounts with it, I suppose. It's the mythic value, best shareholder world. Maybe that's the case. Well, if Game Pass is this sort of price anyway, then yeah, it probably would work in that sort of vein. World of Warcraft via Game Pass would give you the equivalent of just having your subscription, which realistically is the way play. If you are new to the game, it is the way you should do it. That is the way you should be doing it if you're a new player. There's almost no reason to not do it that way. Why would you pay $13 a month through Battle.net for a month of game time in World of Warcraft without Dragonflight, when you could pay $13 a month and get Game Pass and everything else that comes with Game Pass? It's actually a no-brainer. At that sort of level, it's a complete and utter no-brainer. You have to pay for Dragonflight either way, or whatever well, by the time that this happens, I wonder if they'll roll this out for the expansion launch. 11.0, now on Game Pass. I mean, that would, Christ on a bicycle. Imagine the launch that the new expansion would have if it lands on Game Pass. Now, yeah. How to keep them? Well, yeah, this is the thing. That's my opinion. This is one person's opinion, so don't shoot the messenger here. But I think Blizzard probably have a terrible time keeping new players. By the fact that they seem to do record sales every time they launch an expansion. I would not be surprised if, like, 10 million plus, like when they launch a like Shadowlands did stupid numbers when they launched that. I don't think Dragonflight performed as well, but Shadowlands did absolutely silly numbers when the game launched. But 3 months later, like a fraction of the people were still playing. I think they have a real problem and have for a while. They can hype up a game, they can sell a game. You can't deny them that. It's keeping the players about that becomes more problematic. Considering we mostly know what's coming with the 3-part saga, I foresee a BlizzCon Game Pass announcement. Do you reckon they're gonna they'll wait that long to put it on Game Pass? They'll because by BlizzCon the new expansion will be out. It's suspected that the new expansion is going to come out the end of August, early September. Is where my money's at. My birthday's in September, so that could be a fun month for me if we get a new expansion the same month. They'll let D4 and COD settle in first. Could be. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. What's this? Oh, Captain of Industry. Yeah, I've seen Captain of Industry as well. That fits in vein with my liking for. Yeah, Nobby's just posted in the game suggestion channel on the Discord, Captain of Industry, and I agree. Similar in vein to your Factorios and Satisfactories and the likes. Imagine if your gold could buy you Game Pass. I mean, that would be clever, wouldn't it? That would be very clever. I think that's a little bit too much. I think that's a little too hopeful. I would also suspect that we would probably see that if you play via Game Pass, that your gold generation will only allow you to buy game time. That's something I suspect being a thing. This kind of like sneaky accidental switching on of a token change that we had this week, I suspect might be what they have in plan, what their plans are for when it hits Game Pass. That you can grind out gold in the game if you so wish, and you can then get yourself a month for free of game time. But then again, if you get your monthly subscription included in Game Pass, how's that going to work? I don't know. They've got logistics to work out. There's logistical things with World of Warcraft they need to work out. This is probably why her phrase that she used. Let me see if I can find the video to give you the exacts. I did watch it yesterday. It's probably in my channel history. Hang on. Save me searching for it. Here we go. Copy link address. So where was it that this was the juice? Hang on, let's make sure that you got. Hang on, we'll turn the tunes off just for a second. Let's make sure you guys can hear this. That one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things, like you said, all of our games are always in Game Pass. And so I'm excited to announce, with the coming together that we had with Activision. Blizzard King, that Activision and Blizzard games are coming to Game Pass, starting with Diablo 4 on March 28th, which I'm super, super excited to share today. And it's all part of our commitment to make the Xbox experience and the games that we build as widely available as possible. So now the 34 million Game Pass members can all enjoy the fantastic experience of Diablo 4.
Amazing. Can we come back to the point?
All of our games are always on Game Pass. Yeah, exactly. If you listen to the language that's used, and this was so heavily scripted, it's not even funny. Sarah has almost split personality disorder, from what I can gather. That was her parrot speaking a script. Later on in the interview, she gets to talk like her normal self, and she forgets that she's not talking to shareholders. It's really quite funny. She just goes off on one and is talking about profits, and is just like, you're talking to the community here now, not the shareholders. But yeah. If you watch it back again,
yeah,
the words are
absolutely.
important.
I mean, that's one of the things, like you said, all of our games are always in Game Pass.
All of our
and
games,
so I'm excited
always
to
on Game
announce,
Pass.
with the coming together.
It's scripted and it's fake. It's absolutely true. But, that words matter in this scenario, and they have to be very, very careful. I'm trying to remember where the bit is where she just absolutely forgets that she's talking to. Is it this bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you just step back and you look at the history of the industry, we've moved from a place where it used to be that someone built and launched a game to accelerate hardware, to actually the things we do with our hardware and with our platform are all in service of making those games bigger. And we think about that across all of the investments we make, the consoles we build, the investments we do with things like cross-play, cross-progression, the things that we're doing with cloud. How do we actually give more options to game creators so they can have the greatest success? I think one of the fun recent examples about this is actually Pal World. Pal World was able to launch. They were a game preview. They launched in Game Pass.
Pal World is very good.
They launched in Steam. And through the combination of those things, Pocket Pair was able to have this outsized success. And it was the largest third-party Game Pass launch ever. And that's all because we give creators options on how they can launch their games. We've got subscription, we've got retail, we've got free-to-play, we've got game preview.
Who's she selling to
here? We have
here?
our experience on PC, and they can access all of those things. And when we step back and we just look at the performance
they
of our
can
platform
access all of those
we know
things,
it's
right?
working. We're at the highest level of users on console, the highest level of users on PC, the highest level of users on cloud ever. We have double-digit growth rate on PC and cloud, places where we're...
We have double-digit growth rates. Who is this podcast for? That little section made me giggle. But the important thing is that yes, all Blizzard games, by our recollection, are now going to be coming to Game Pass, which I think is quite fun. It's quite fun indeed. But should we actually play some games? I think we probably should. Before I double-digit percentage or actual numbers. I don't know exactly what she's saying, but the term, the language that she's using is so investor heavy. It's like, oh my god.
The investments we make, the consoles we build, the investments we do with things like cross-play, cross-progression, the things that we're doing with cloud. How do we actually give more options to game creators so they can have the greatest success? I think one of the fun recent examples about this is actually Pal World. Pal World was able to launch. They were a game preview. They launched in Game Pass. They also simultaneously launched in Steam. And through the combination of those things, Pocket Pair was able to have this outsized success. And it was the largest third-party Game Pass launch ever. And that's all because we give creators options on how they can launch their games. We've got subscription, we've got retail, we've got free-to-play, we've got game preview. We have the consoles, we have our experience on PC, and they can access all of those things. And when we step back and we just look at the performance of our platform all up,
take in all of this money.
We're at the highest level of users on console, the highest level of users on PC, the highest level of users on cloud ever. We have double-digit growth rate on PC and cloud, places where we're enabling creators to actually reach new players beyond the console ecosystem. And that's why we're leaning into it and doing more, because we see all those signals.
So we're talking.
It's it's so like this kind of talk is like, it really grinds me because it's somebody taking credit for somebody else's hard work. Right? It's like, oh, look how successful Palworld was because it was on our platform. It's like, get a grip of yourself, woman. No. Oh, God. It's like, you don't see YouTube strolling around. You don't see YouTube walking around going, look at all these successful creators we enabled. No. It's just a bit gross. It's the shit that these executives say to shareholders to make shareholders happy. But it's a know your audience kind of thing. That was her speaking like almost off the cuff. That was far less scripted than her previous parts in the interview. But it made me giggle. It did make me giggle. Palworld became a success basically due to being a rip-off of Pokemon, and she knows it. Yeah, I think everybody knows it. But sometimes a touch of plagiarism is not a problem. If somebody is not willing to do something well with the tools they have available to them, I don't see where the problem is letting somebody else have a good crack at it. Anyway. We are still level 38. I think I actually am probably in the exact same location I finished the streaming yesterday. I'm not even sure if I played any Classic after stream yesterday. Yep, we are still standing at the flight path from Duskwood. Right, we have this and one level. We are seemingly less than 3 hours away, if everything goes to plan, from dinging level 40. Meaning, let's hop in the sleeping bag. Let's get in this sleeping bag and let's get this done, shall we? Must be a thing. I'm excited for stuff going to Game Pass, though. I think it's... I don't see there being a downside to it, quite honestly. I mean, as fluffy and as PR-y as that little podcasty was, the reality is, what was said is quite true. The more people playing a game, the better. Like, the more people that play a game, the better. Especially a game like World of Warcraft that is, from the word go, designed to be better the more players there are. There's almost never a scenario where less players is better. More players will mean it'll be theoretically easier to find groups. You'll have more people to quest with. Just look at what happens for the first couple of weeks of like a game launch or an expansion launch, right? The more people there are knocking about, the better the game is always. So Game Pass is huge. Game Pass has got like some 13 million subscribers or something like that. It's probably even higher than that. I don't know. I don't probably have a more recent up-to-date number in mind, but it's, I think giving Blizzard games, a wider access is great. As long as they keep buying my shit but stay out of my market. So, yeah, there's the goblin part of you that is always like, but sure. Oh, do you want a link to the video? I can give you a link to the video. I probably should have done that anyway, shouldn't I? Throw it in Team YouTube chat as well. Surprisingly, actually, less than 500,000 views on this video. I expected this to be, because the last couple of weeks there's been quite some controversies around Xbox and exclusive titles potentially going to other platforms and that sort of stuff. I didn't care too much about that side of things. There is some exclusivity changes happening with Xbox titles. Phil was not willing to divulge exactly what titles are spreading their wings, but did say it was not Starfield. I think that's as much as he said. It will not be Starfield. Starfield will be staying exclusive. I wonder with Dragonflight becoming the new player leveler in the War Within, whether they will now have a remit to make it more continuous and not so disjointed like it is now. If they expect new player influx due to Game Pass, you'd think they'd likely take the opportunity to fix the leveling process. Well, I think what we're going to find out is that the story flows probably quite nicely from Dragonflight to the War Within. It's just disjointed. It's heavily disjointing now because you're forced as a new player to level through BFA, and then then it's like, oh well, shit. Hang on, now all of a sudden I'm saving Dragon. Like there isn't really the link particularly between BFA and Dragonflight. I mean, there was an expansion in between for starters, but like. I think I think it's going to make a lot more sense when it's going to make a lot more sense if you level through Dragonflight and then progress on, but we'll see. Somebody wants a whisper so they can sleep. Sure. Do other players have to be in the party to be able to sleep? I don't know. I wonder if that is the case. Do they not have their own sleeping bag? It works in party, does it? Oh, okay, that's clever. I didn't even know. Now I feel obliged to hang around for another couple of minutes for this dude. Although he can have his sleeping bag business and be on his way, can't he? Right. My sleeping bag shouldn't despawn, I don't think. We'll let him be. Ah, but the hour overlap, that's true. Oh yeah, that could be a clever way to neutralize that hour downtime. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this sort of gives me 2 hours to pump, really. 2 hours to do as much as I can. And then we'll be most of the way to 40 and we'll just grin and bear it from that point on, I reckon. That's probably the plan. How are my bags looking? Bags are looking okay. Bags are looking fine. Fine. Is this dude? Yeah, this dude's getting his well rested in. Look, there we go. Good stuff. Where are we off to now? We're taking a small little trip to Swamp of Sorrows by the looks of things. There's a good chance we might end up doing quite a few quests out here. I'm still sub 50 gold. Every time I surpass 50 gold, I end up spending it on something. The reality is, if I'd sold all of my leather, that I'd skinned, as soon as I'd skinned it, the chances are, the bag moves away if you move too far, but got one stack. Ah. Wow, the dude got 1%. He got his 1%. When going there, it's worth to start one rune quest, something like Rune of Invigoration or something. Is there a rune thing over here? Doesn't... Questy... In fact, I clearly haven't updated my add-ons, have I? Curse of Forge... oh my god, way too many windows open. Curse Forge, Classic. Oh yeah, Questy's got updates. This might mean it starts putting the... Do a quick reload. Oh, I will just entirely use Zygor for it, yeah. Whoa, 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 why are you so wham? You calm down, relax. We can probably put some tunes on in the background now. Yeah, I've started. I started the trap launcher one in Desolus. Then it started sending me somewhere else, and I was like, well, we'll do this when we're finished, when we're 40. I do wonder about their decision to like end load all of the phase 2 runes, it seems. Is there any... Because I've not, if it wasn't for me going out of my way, I've not come across a single rune so far, realistically. I'm level 38, and I've not particularly come across a single rune. Now, you could say, yes, there's good reason to say I could have used third-party resources to find out where they are and stuff, but the point still stands. Is like, I've nearly leveled to 40 without even noticing any significant changes in the game. Whereas that's very different from phase 1. With phase 1, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, you get a rune really quite quick. This is why things are going to be different, and it's been odd. I don't know if it's just, I've only got experience playing Hunter so far. I don't know if it's just a Hunter problem, or all the runes for all the classes, are they a little bit more spread out? Are there some that you should kind of accidentally fall over? It feels odd if that's not the case. For Druid, the runes are so powerful that I get them as quick as I can. Well, I can't argue. That's probably the same for Hunter. But without scouring the internet for spoilers, I wouldn't have naturally come across anything so far. Whereas you couldn't move out of the starting zone without falling across 1 or 2 runes in phase 1. Are there going to be whelps in this cave, do we reckon? What is in that cave? There's a quest mob in that cave. Although I only know there's a quest mob here because apparently ATT knows something. What's a night elf like you doing in this cave? Clearly not a rune for my class. I'll take a chest though. Yoink. Elixirs of greater defense. Sure. Delicious mold. Not even worth a silver apiece. We'll leave them there. Mana pots. They're low level mana pots, but a sneaky mana pot from time to time is definitely helpful. And I don't want any of this trash. In phase 1, it was a new system. Maybe they wanted to introduce people to them more so. Yeah. It's just strange that, it's not like Blizzard wouldn't have known how long it takes to level from 25 to 40 via questing. I did take a little gander. Now I know this is maybe not necessarily the best source of information or for clear-minded opinions, but I did take a little look on the forum, and there seems to be a bit of an outrage about the fact it takes so goddamn long to level via questing. And I think quite rightly, it's not like Blizzard wouldn't have known how long it takes. I mean, the sleeping bag circumvents a few things. The cookie things you got from the sleeping bag were very helpful to give you some rested experience, which has meant that actually since I did the sleeping bag quest, I've not had to do any of the stand here and kill 500 things for an hour kind of grind sections in the leveling guide. But I also think I'm going over and above by using a leveling guide in the first place, right? Most people are not. Most people are just banging out quests left, right, and centre. Maybe just using Questy for some guidance, but are going into a zone and just cleaning it. And getting stuck at every hurdle that's presented. The incentive for players to go into Scarlet Monastery and just smash face on the keyboard for a few hours is so strong in phase 2. And I remember from way back in the day, the 30 to 40 leveling grind, even back in vanilla, like was horrible. It was one of the worst It was one of the worst parts of leveling. It was only circumvented because actually Stranglethorn Vale is quite fun. If Stranglethorn Vale wasn't quite as fun to do, 30 to 40 would be unbearable. And one of the reasons it's so frustrating is you are desperate to move faster than this. You want your mount. You know that at level 40 you get your mount, and it's the carrot on the stick to make you push through it. But 30 to 40 was never a fun leveling experience. I think they could have done more. And also, I mean, admittedly, if you'd hit 25, let's say you hit 25 and you did what a lot of people did, which was just continue questing until they couldn't quest anymore, until there was no more quests on the map that they could feasibly complete because the gold rewards were so juicy. You actually had basically no choice but to go and run Scarlet Monastery 10 times before you leveled up enough to get to some quests that you could actually do again. And they said they were going to address that, and I don't think the sleeping bag particularly addressed that. So I'm not sure what's been going on. This is the inherent problem of just copy-pasting an old game, though. Because you're copy-pasting it, warts and all. If you're a classic Andy, you'd know full well that this leveling path is not the most fun part of the leveling experience. You'd also know the routes, you'd know what to ignore, you'd probably know that you're best off just grinding SM 50 times. But if you weren't a classic Andy, they've copy and pasted a game, and quite rightly people are saying, well, surely you knew this section is dog shit, right? Surely? By the way, is it still worth leveling to max level to get gold from the remaining quests? I imagine it's even more worthwhile this time round, because the quests are going to give you probably a couple of gold per quest, I would imagine, once you ding 40. I imagine you could probably finish off the quests that you hadn't done en route, clear the map again, and probably have a few hundred gold in your back pocket after paying for your mount. I would guess, fathom a guess. Kill all of the whelps you can find, then skip to the next step. We'll come back later. Well, I killed all of them that I could find, and I got one. But it says it's safe to skip, so. Leveling's never been the goal for me in any game. It's just something you get along the way whilst exploring, crafting, and enjoying. Generally so. I wish I could play in that way, though. I just can't play with that mindset. If there are levels to be obtained, I have to obtain them, and it often takes priority for me over nearly anything else. Okay, kill some stuff. We can do that. Kill some crocodiles. You got in-game audio now? You should have in-game audio now, I reckon. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why that was scuffed. I need to do a stream overlay redo. There's too many things that seem to just randomly not work at some times. I don't. Most of you guys probably can't relate, but when you use OBS to stream and you do it consistently for a long time, you end up with so many like dead scenes and dead sources and just clutter that sometimes you need a spring clean. And this comes from somebody that, you know, tries to keep their UI relatively clean and tidy in the first place. I tend not to have too many like flying whiz bangs and you know confetti flying all over the place and stuff on the screen. That sort of stuff is fun, mind, but it just doesn't fit my theme. Digital organization, or the lack of, yeah. My guild always grumbles when it takes me weeks to level up and gear up when they're already raiding. I'm sure they'll get over it. Oh, kill Noboru the Crudgel. He looks like a larger Lost Ones creature that walks around this area with 2 bodyguards. Oh, he seems to do a bit of a loop, does he? I wasn't actually reading the quest guide then, I was just doing what I believed I should be doing. Which is pew pew some crocodiles, apparently. Are we getting thick leather off these? Oh, well, a heavy hide. I'll take a heavy hide. I still need more heavy hide, actually. How many have I got? 16. I think I need 3 more heavy hides. We should get those by the time we ding 40, I reckon. That's for the next step in leatherworking. There's a good chance I might end up needing more, but... You're quite close to the rune guy. Dranethic crystals. Oh my god, I read that for a minute and I thought it said Dracothis crystals. I was like, fuck no, get out of here. Get out of here with your Dracothianisms. I don't need that invading more of my games. It's a nightmare I wish to not relive. Yeah, we're still getting heavy leather mostly. I've got so much heavy leather now. I cannot imagine that I will be short on heavy leather. And I also imagine I'll have plenty enough to convert into thick leather to get leatherworking leveled up as well. Quote unquote for free. I know, farmed it so it's free. If I don't put that on a t-shirt or a cap or something soon, people are going to shout at me. I should really do it. Dare I say it, one of the best pieces of merch I saw anybody sort of within the community create was Wanted by Gold, was Reckles. He did his gold cap, which I thought was ingenious. Now, I'm not a cap kind of guy. I don't even own a cap. I've never been a cap guy. But I thought that was very clever. Just, you know, a gold cap. Genius. Are you gold capped? Yep. This seems to be a very American thing. Never really figured out why. I'm not sure. It's an entirely useful piece of attire. Yeah, I don't... Some people just don't suit caps. I'm one of them. I just look silly with a cap on. Where's me pet? Oh, Spot was hidden. It works for some people, though. It's like Zanzibar. If I see Zanzibar without a cap on, I think something's wrong. I don't get it. I use a cap, but when I'm actually out in the sun. That's what sunglasses are for. Yeah, I don't know. We've been shouting it for ages, even if I've no intention of always saying exactly this is it. Maybe we'll do something for the war within launch or something. I don't know. Right. There doesn't seem to be anybody around here. There's a chance that there's enough people out here that this dude just gets sort of a semi-camped on spawn. Was that dude level 32? God, he's gonna have problems out here, isn't he? Level 32. Good thing he's got a friend with him. Presumably somebody coming out here to do a rune quest or something. I'm not really on his path though, am I, right now? Some sketchy fellas around here. Oh, you've got PvP tag on you. Is there some sort of actual faction around here? Oh, you're the wrong crocodile. I'll pew you anyway. Maybe this is his spawn location. Let's assume this is his spawn location. Kill young crocodiles, spinners, and jaguars. We're kind of in the wrong area for that. These are all the big boy ones. Maybe let's just run around and nuke things while we wait. Oh, there's a putty cat we can pew pew. I'm feeling like I might need to take a little bit of a look into what we might want to do with the mage. Because chances are I'll want to level the mage before phase 3 comes out. Oh, hello. What are you doing around here? I'll probably want to level the mage before phase 3. As I think it would be... I only technically need to get my alts to 26 just to level up the professions for this phase. But then that's going to put me in a sticky situation when phase 3 comes round. So I haven't quite decided what I want to do. Skinning cap's 225. I think all the professions are capped at 225 for now. Plenty of time to prep for P3. I don't think there is. Well, for me personally, I don't think there is. And this is only because I am flooding my own schedule, but I'm quite concerned that... Okay, let me put it this way. The very second the alpha for the new expansion comes out, my focus will have to switch to the alpha. Whatever it is we're doing, we'll drop anything we're doing and we'll switch focus to the alpha. This is assuming I get into the alpha, which is not guaranteed in any way, shape or form. Let me make that very clear. I might have to try and pull strings to even get in the alpha. But I would hope that I would be able to get access to the alpha. Even if I don't get access to the alpha, I'm sure there's plenty we can do to dig through and have a look at what's going on. I think the public sort of testing phases for the new expansion are probably going to be shorter this time. I think they learned from Dragonflight. I don't know how many of you remember the Dragonflight Alpha and the Beta, but they were very structured and very organized. And I think it was cleverly done that way. Alphas and betas previously with World of Warcraft were just a hot pile of mess, right? You never really knew. You never knew what sort of stage they were at, or you never knew. Like, they just dumped it on you and it was just like, right, go test it. Sometimes like they'd open a dungeon for a while and then close it again. It was just all over the place. What do lost supplies do? You picked up lost supplies, which starts the lost supplies quest. Bring the lost supplies to the quartermaster someday. Well, I'll do that when Zygor tells me to do that. I'm running low on slots for quests, so I've got the item at least though. But yeah, Dragonflight was super organized, right? Something was launched every week for people to specifically test. The alpha didn't last very long in Dragonflight. The alpha was maybe 3 or 4 weeks. It wasn't very long. Then the beta came out, and the beta was about 6 weeks. But very structured, something each and every week. But the beta was available right up to the launch. And obviously this time round, if you buy the Epic version, if you pre-order the Epic version of the new expansion, you just get access to the beta. This makes me think that the beta is going to be even more fine structured than it was before, because what they'll want is they'll want all the creators, all the content creators, all the testers to be laser focused on one thing. And that means each week there'll be a slew of videos and content around that one thing, and it will drum up as much sort of as much hype as possible for whatever that thing is that week, whether it be the dungeons, whether it be the professions, whether it be, raid testing, whatever the case may be. Like, focus on... There's going to be 4 new zones. It seems to be pretty default formula now, but the 4 new zones, they'll probably focus 1 zone per week, and you'll get to go out and level through it and test it and whatever. Find all the bugs and glitches and shit that doesn't work. They're sort of turning test servers into preview servers, thing that pretty much every game did already. I've said for years the PTR is just marketing. The PTR doesn't mean shit. The PTR is there to drum up some hype for whatever the new patch is, pretty much. the PT, nothing that you do on the PTR has any credibility for the actual launch of the game, right? Internally, they're probably light years ahead of whatever they push onto the PTR. Is this phase 2 and is the level cap 40? Yeah, it is, yeah. 40 is as far as you can go for now. And phase 2 will last, I don't know, probably 8 weeks. So probably 7 weeks from now we'll get phase 3 open up, which will give us the ability to level up to 50. And then another 8 weeks after that, roughly, we'll get phase 4 when we'll finally be able to level up to 60. Is the plan. When you get alpha, you're not going to care about some pesky season of discovery anymore. Well, see, this is it. You're absolutely on the money there. I know where my allegiance lies. I'm itching to see what they're going to be doing in the new expansion. And if I can get any form of access to it and provide any form of feedback to even 1%, for even a 1% chance of molding it in the direction I'd like to see it, I'm going to be on it. Like I said, more than anything, I just hope I get access to the alpha. Without being a WoW partner, I may not necessarily be on a list. I've been able to swindle access to these sorts of things previously, even without being a WoW partner, but it helped that I knew Blizzard employees. I really can't find this dude. I'm starting to feel that if I don't camp for him, I'm not going to find him. As I equally suspect there are other people doing exactly the same. We can continue to pew-pew things while we wait, though. Oh, we need more spiders. Six of 10. Don't need swamp walkers. Oh, thick spider silk. What's that worth? Oh, not much more than vendor price. I tell you what, it might only be a week into phase 2, but the economy already looks absolutely loopy. Like, nearly everything you pick up has an auction house value of like nearly exactly what it vendors for. It's pretty crazy. Now that's probably because, you know, everybody's leveling. Oversupply of everything. But it's still pretty wild to me. Oh, you can't get more than those, okay. Is this a named... Oh, another supply box. Ah! Running low on inventory. I desperately need to do something with these supply boxes. Either turn them in or get rid of them. They're taking up practically an entire bag now, because my fishing pole is also in that bag. An entire bag space is being taken up with these things now, which is terrible use of inventory space when inventory is at an absolute premium. What did we need to turn in on for that one? Mithril blunderbusses. Sheesh, I can't imagine they're cheap. Blacksmith crafted gear using mithril bars. That doesn't sound cheap to me. What does it say about maybe skipping this one? Are we gonna be shooting ourselves in the foot if we skip this? Because the chances of me spotting this dude right now when there's other competition out here seems very slim. Luckily, we do still need to kill some spiders, so there's reason to be here all the same, but once we've killed enough spiders, I'm going to start contemplating skipping this one. Oh, tagged a spider. I've dumped those boxes without much hesitation. Gold is much more valuable now. At the very least, until I have my mount, I agree with you, yeah. And I guess there was the race to get... There was the race in phase 1 predominantly because you got a rune from it. And I actually don't even think I bothered buying the rune from it in phase 1. So... You might be onto you might be onto the solution there, you know. Bin them for now. Collect them again later if you need. It's just the fact that you have to, you know, actively farm shit to get them. So even if I don't turn them in, even if I'm not turning them in now, throughout leveling in its entirety, from 25 to almost 40, I've only ever had 12 of them, you know, so to delete them now, it's going to be very difficult to get them back again later, and the reality is I just won't. I think it's 90 gold you need for the mount, I think. 90, 100 gold, something like that. Not sure. I think it's 18 gold for the training, and then 72 gold for the mount, I believe. Well, I might have made those numbers up, but that's roughly what I vaguely remember. There's a spider. Shadow Silk, is this worth anything at the moment? No, it's currently on the auction house for less than it vendors. God. 7 days into the patch, the economy's already upside down. Right, let's just hunt down some of these spiders, and then we'll probably skip this trying to kill this dude, because it's not happening, is it? How many was that? 8. You're 9. Whoa, why is white spider meat 40 silver? Some of the things that doesn't make sense. Thick spider silk, is that any better? No. No. I need to put a little short list together of cooking recipes that everybody's going to want. And what meat goes into making them. Because everybody should have a new list of consumables, I would imagine. I did take the time to level up cooking in phase 1, so we admittedly still need to level it more, but right, am I going to can this quest off? I think we are. Let's hope it's not too tragic to... Oh, the next part of the quest then tells us to accept the quest you get from it and then turn it in. Okay. Maybe it's a prerequisite that gives us a little bit extra experience if you do it, but hopefully it's not necessary. Here's to hoping it's not necessary. The white spider meat is what goes into the 12 stamina food. Is that tank food predominantly, I'd guess then? That might become useful to keep around. Or are you being sarcastic? That is the question. Rip bag space. Okay, it looks like we didn't strict... Oh, superior leather worker. What makes you superior? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing superior at all. Okay, get rid of all of this rubbish. Goblin fishing pole. Hello? When did I get this? Headhunting spear. 11 agi, 6 spirit. One gold, 52 on the auction house. It vendors for over a gold. I found a weapon that vendors for over a gold. It's technically an upgrade. I've not used a polearm. I've not even leveled up a polearm. I wonder if I use this just to level up polearm skill. Is that a bait? Those we equip. Oh, hang on. I've got competing shoulders here. I've got stam shoulders and I've got agi stam shoulders. Agi stam shoulders are going to be the better ones. Green whelp scale. Now, I know this should be worth something, but it's clearly not right now. Melee hunter incoming, yeah. That worries me because I don't want to play melee hunter. I don't want to be a melee hunter. I've now got way too many random foods and potions knocking about. Okay, my inventory's just ruined. There's no way of fighting this. My inventory is just ruined. I've only got one fish left for Spot. Well, Spot, eat the fish. Eat the fish. Then we can start feeding you... Oh, I need it. Eat one of these. I need the 15 spirit and 8 stamina. He'll eat wild hog shanks, won't he? He's a cat. He'll eat meat, surely. Meat and fish. Oh, these dudes don't have voice lines. Oops, means I should have read that. Well, what are you going to do? Oh, it's telling me to go back and kill more of these again. We didn't have great success doing that the first time. I'm wondering if circling around here is going to be a better solution. We're not having much luck in Swamp of Sorrows so far, you know. Although it's a zone where I could, if I wanted to, just grind mobs and forget about the quests. There's plenty of stuff around here. Plus, it's good for skinning. So it's kind of got two birds situation. If we get too stuck waiting for spawns and stuff, I might just grind it out instead. Oh yeah, I was going to... Do I have polearm skill? I have never used a polearm, apparently. Maybe this is an opportunity to use a polearm. Let's go poke a few things. Pokey stick, not bad. Should probably go monkey, really, shouldn't we, if we're doing pokey stick things? Dodge chance. Got to go do some real life things. I'll leave the stream open though. Appreciate it. Have fun. Don't let real life get too much in the way though. I'm running the risk of losing tags by trying to melee stuff here, but... I hit once. Spot did 98% damage. Go Spot. There's a small dock on that lake where a solid chest sometimes spawns under it. Over there. Should we have a look? Show a little looky, shall we? Only after I've claimed this free leather. Not today. How can I make my hunter auto switch from melee to ranged? Because I don't want to do it manually. To my understanding, you can't. Welcome to Classic. You will have you have 2 attack options, melee or ranged. Yeah. I don't think you can. You can, I mean, obviously, if you're using abilities, but you can, welcome to the past, yeah. If you're using abilities, a ranged ability will trigger auto shot, a melee ability will trigger regular melee attack. But in between swings, for example, you'll have to change it yourself. You'll have to press the button. Is that a whelp? No, that's a jaguar. I wonder if the whelps share a spawn with these jaguars. I'll kill the jaguars anyway, because there's no reason not to. I'll keep my eyes open for whelps like this. Ah, damn. Whelp. Whelp. How many of these things do we need? 7 more. Still 7 more. Oh, there's another heavy hide though. That's working in my favour. Oh, these things have the chance to drop a tiny emerald whelpling as well. Well, there might be some use to killing these then. Chance of a companion out of it. Not even called pets yet, are they? Or companion pets. Is that one? No. It's a random scout. Let's not mess about with him. Mm-hmm. 6 to go. Oh, it's a good thing there's only me and one other dude over here, though. Oh, no. 2. Oh, dear. Level 29! Brave. Clearly going for runes. No other reason you'd be in here at level 29. Kind of find it calming in Season of Discovery that there are no pets, rainbows, and glitter all over the place. It was much simpler times. Much simpler times. This is why I label retail as arcade mode nowadays. Because it is that. It's just like flashing lights and glitz and glamour and franticness. It's like those, you know, when you go into an... Well, it's like when you go into an arcade, everything is blinking and flashing at you. It's like screaming and shouting at you, come do this, you need this, you haven't got this, you scumbag, you should have this, collect this, farm this. Like, whereas, yeah, Classic gives you that sort of like, and relax. from a gameplay perspective, Classic is far more relaxing. You can obviously stress yourself out about it as much as you like, but it is inherently a lot more relaxing. You can claim that retail is relaxing if you make it relaxing, but let's say it's much easier to be swayed by distractions in retail. Quite literally squirrels around every corner. Is that a whelp? No. Get it. Oh no, it's been tagged. Well, I'm coming to help you kill it because I don't know if you're a skinner. I'm not sure why he's dragging him all the way over there. Are you a skinner? You're not a skinner. You didn't even loot the damn thing. Fucking hell are you doing it if you're not even looting them? Leave them for me. Four dream dust, okay. This is not the pace we're looking for. We are never getting the tag on that, are we? Oh, there is two of them, though. Is he going to be sneaky and try and get both of them? I'll take... He has. He's ninja'd both of them. Well, we get the leather at least. Proof Desolus. Well, yeah. I mean, the hint's in the name there, isn't it, really? It's literally desolate. Retail's just go, more, grind faster, tank go, pull, healer, heal, DPS, 5-second fight, group disband, yeah. Yeah, it's just Zerg mode. It's just permanent Zug mode. Which is fine, like I said, if you want to just dip in and out like an arcade machine, right? You put your quarter in, you have some fun for 20 minutes, and then you're happy, sort of thing. Where is Casper going? Can you relax? You're not Casper, are you? You're Spot. I keep calling it Casper because my cat in retail is called Casper. One more rune over in Desolus, then off to Shimmering Flats. Shimmering Flats is an absolute banger of a zone. You'll probably get an entire level done in about 70 minutes in Shimmering Flats. Easily one of my most efficient areas for questing in, without question. Yeah, and if you are skinning, go with empty bags, because everything is skinnable as well. Yeah, Shimmering Flat's really good. Not particularly interesting, but very good for XP, very good for leather. Switch skinning to alchemy. Yeah, I'm tempted to do the same. But I'm also very tempted to pick up enchanting, as I have my suspicions that this, considering this is my quote-unquote main for Season of Discovery, I think enchanting will only become more and more valuable throughout Season of Discovery, as it's often considered frustrating and expensive to level. Two things that are actually a bonus to me, not a negative. Because I understand the flip sides of something that's frustrating and expensive to level. The upside is there is usually less people doing it. And Classic is great for like little cheeky shuffles. If you compare them up with some gear crafting professions, like leatherworking, for example. Get him! Get him! Get him! I think you should go enchanting too, that way you can enchant my gear. Well, and that. I don't mind I don't mind enchanting other people's gear then as well. Almost 39, let's go. Close. Very close. Very close. We're not pumping XP though at the moment. 13k an hour. Oh god. 13k an hour at that pace. It's going to take me 5 hours to hit level 40, but we're waiting on spawns pretty much here, which is half of my problem. But no rush, no rush. Mount today. Well, I would probably not, is my honest answer. If I hit 40, I mean, I can just continue questing once I ding 40, and obviously then all of the experience turns into gold, and so you'll get the mount very quickly. You don't see many 40s running around without a mount, so it's unlikely it'll take me very long to build the funds. I mean, I know I have some sort of streamer privileges, but I do turn down gold donations. If people want to donate a piece of gear or enchant my gear for me or something, I will accept service-based donations. Yeah, no vellums in Classic. So the money making side of enchanting is either in enchanting other people's kit for them by finding some recipe that everybody wants, sort of thing, or it's in disenchanting gear, either that you get to drop or that you can craft or even buy up if the price is right, because this is why vellums were cool, because you could sell the actual enchant directly. But soon as vellums became a thing, soon as you could actually sell the enchant, it completely nuked the need for anybody but enchanters to buy enchanting materials. Where actually, old school enchanting was more about getting the materials and either choosing to use them yourself or selling them to others who would then buy them off you to then bring back to you so that you could then craft something with them. So it's the sell shovels approach, which I quite liked with enchanting back in the day. But True Shot Bow of the Wolf? What's a True Shot Bow of the Wolf? 18.2 Agi Spirit? That's not bad. Oh, it's fast! It's fast as fuck, yo. That's a fast bow. Fast isn't particularly better, but I like fast because it's just like pew, 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 pew. I mean, there's no denying it is better than my Archer's longbow, that is for sure. But at that sort of value, absolutely feel free to throw it up on the auction house. Although, if you're desperately seeking a new home for it, and you actually get some stats, well, true. Oh, Greatest Scythe of Agility, what was this? A main-handed axe. I have no idea if that is... I mean, fundamentally, that's probably better than what I have right now, but I don't plan to go melee. So my weapons, I plan to just act as stat sticks, unless the melee meta is so unbelievable that I have to do it. Sent both anyways. Appreciate. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Hasn't been very costly to upgrade weapons from the auction house, as prices are so near vendor value. Not much loss to buy them. That's true, actually, because you can just use it and then when you know, and dispose of it and, you know, pays for itself sort of thing. Oh no, there's a whelp over there and I'm going to miss it. Somebody else is going to yoink it. I can feel it now. I spotted it in my peripherals. No, you're a jaguar. No, leave it alone. Don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare. Best class for PvP? I wouldn't. I'm not the person to ask, honestly, but Boomkins have been absolutely slaying people. The reality is, though, if you by the time you've leveled whatever class I tell you, it will have changed. So just play whatever you want. Don't meta slave too hard. This isn't the game to meta slave in. It takes far too long. It takes far too much effort to switch things around frequently. Play the class you enjoy. That's my take on it, at least. I'm sure between now and the end of Season of Discovery, whichever class you pick, whichever spec you pick, will have some fun times. Boomkins have only been doing silly things, though, because their Star Surge is broken. As soon as that gets hotfixed, they might be brought back in line with others. Melee Hunters are like three-shotting warriors, which is just absolutely mental. So things are all a little bit loopy at the moment. But like I said, it takes so long to get something to max level and geared up that by the time you've done that, it will probably have all changed anyway. So just play whatever you want. Tired of playing FPS now. Time to go back to WoW. I was playing some Battlefield 2042 a few weeks ago. That was good fun. I would love to be able to play FPS games more regularly. The reason I don't is because my reactions are just way too slow for these games. Unless I pick something like a sniper class and just hang back, I tend to just get my ass handed to me. And unfortunately, in FPS games, there is a linear amount of enjoyment that can be had the better at them that you are. There were various class tweaks in the last pass. Druid, Shaman, Mage, and Paladins have had some adjustments. Well, there we go. I might have a little bit of a look at that in a minute. Try and get these last few whelps. I need 3 more specks of dust. I need some dusty whelps, please. There's a there's a guy I keep seeing on my TikTok feed, an old boy who plays FPS games, an old war veteran to my understanding, and he plays sniper classes in FPS games and has some absolutely ridiculous stats. I think he goes by the name of like Gaming Grandad or something. But yeah, he was playing Battlefield and talking about the different sniper rifles, because he's actually, you know, real life experience shooting these things. And he was doing clever things, like he was gauging distance by shooting way off to the left to see what the bullet drop was, so he could then line up the headshot perfectly from like across the other side of the map. Very clever. Using like real life experience shooting sniper rifles in a video game. Oh, come on. Why are you not Dusty? Why you not be Dusty? I'm out of coffee. Also, I think if I started playing FPS games on stream, it would just become an absolute meme fiesta. There's a strong chance I'll just get flipping memed into the ground. Because I'm 50% as effective at any video game I play whilst I'm also streaming. And if I don't consider myself particularly that good at FPS games in the first place, while streaming it's going to be... what was that going to make me 25% efficient? I mean, I guess it could be humorous, potentially. Humor at my expense. Did I not even get a tag on that thing to get... to loot it? Flipping hell. See, this is my point, right? This is my point. 2.9% to go. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Get the tag on you as well, maybe. Where have you gone? Oh, none of these whelplings are dusty in any way, shape, or form. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nope. Slow and steady. No rush. Oh, how am I? Okay, we've got loads of arrows. We're fine. Man, this Eclipse rune is fun. I have absolutely no idea what it does. You'll have to educate me. Saying that, I don't particularly know the Druid class very well, so you might have to do a lot of educating. Come on, whelps, where you at? Where you at? Oh, that's a tiger or jaguar. I'll kill it all the same. You watch, we'll go and kill the tiger and then 4 whelps will spawn and I won't get the tag on any of them because I'll be busy killing the tiger. Is this a hunter that doesn't have skinning? What are you doing, my friend? You're stealing all my whelps, that's what you're doing. But what's his name? Schlags. Okay. Interesting choice of name there. Do you have a favourite flavour of pot noodle? I have very strong feelings on pot noodles. I am partial to a Bombay Bad Boy. But Bis pot noodle, right, you ready for this? Bis pot noodle is chicken and mushroom pot noodle, right? But not vanilla. You gotta grate a bit of cheese in there with a dollop of Marmite in it. Oh, so good.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
I am quite passionate about me pot noodles. Mostly because you don't have pot noodle in Finland, so it's a rarity for me nowadays. I did find a store that imported them, but they were like €4 a piece. I was like, I'm not paying €4 for a pot noodle. You can get bent. But yes. Zim Power with the Prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 25, quarter of a decade in months. Appreciate it, thank you. Pressing one button increases crit and casting speed of pressing another button, which in turn increases the crit and speed of the first button, stacking up to 4 times. Oh, snap. Yeah, I can see that getting a bit wild. Is it just me that reports any hunter I see with an unnamed pet? What, with a pet named Cat? Yeah. Character named Schlags, without skinning, and a pet called Cat. Yeah. Yeah, Insta report, clearly a bot. Oh, one more to go. One more. There he is. Are you dusty? Be dusty. Be dreamy, be dusty. Be all of the above. Yo, we might ding on this dude and all. Go on. Ding 39 and give me your dream dust. Make it happen. Make it happen. Hey! We'll kill you just for fun then. Right. 1 to go. Home stretch, boys and girls. Only 6 hours, 28 minutes at this rate. Oh dear. Oh dear. I was hoping it'd be a touch faster than this. Right. That then is going to be 5 of 5 frenzy. 5 of 5 frenzy. 100% chance to gain 30% attack speed for 8 seconds after dealing a critical strike. Yoink. Wow, did I do all of that with Aspect of the Monkey on? What an absolute moron. Why did nobody tell me I was being ridiculous? Didn't even notice. What a noob. Absolute casual. When raid healing on my shaman last night, after a decade of only LFR healing with guild alt runs, started normal and even some heroic bosses. Nice! Nice! Honestly, I tend to feel that staying out of LFR is the way forward. Like, honestly. It's a bit of a meme, but I tend to think the memes are based on fact. You know how most stereotypes are usually based on some form of valid information? I think LFR is just a horrible experience for anybody. You do a normal run or even a heroic run with a bunch of people that roughly know what they're doing.
Thank you, adventurer. Now let's hope they don't return. I was stunned during the attack by the Lost Ones, but before my sight went black, I spied one of our wagons being dragged to the Fallow Sanctuary, the Lost One village to the north. A caravan chest with valuable reagents was in that wagon. Reagents vital to the studies of the wizards of Nethergard Keep. Find the chest and get those reagents, adventurer. Get them and bring them to me.
Roger that. Roger that. Oh no, now we've got another named mob we need to kill. Oh, this is not looking good. We passed on the last named mob because we couldn't find the damn thing. Next raid is planned and I'm allowed to heal again. GG. Have fun. Finish normal in about an hour. Sounds like you got a solid group of people there. Stick with them. LFR takes way longer than an average normal or heroic run because nobody knows what they're doing. Oh, this is it. Like, it's, I mean, it's, due to the fact that anybody can queue up for an LFR, it means you often have 50% people who are practically AFK in the first place. You're lucky if you get a tank that actually knows what's going on. It's often a shit show. But it's for me, this is why I don't this is why I don't dig LFR generally, and would be more than happy if it was just removed, because it's the same theory as I think should apply to most things. Zero effort, zero reward, you know. If you're going about your day and just waiting for a queue, and then you get instantly transported into a raid and expect to, like, spend 3 minutes doing some DPS to then get some loot. Like, you couldn't put less effort in if you tried. And so I equally feel you probably shouldn't get any reward from that. I would much prefer that the loot incentive of going into LFR was removed. Oh, that's the dude we were meant to kill that I never saw before. Oh well. Yeah, LFR just seems entirely pointless to me. If anything, it seems to breed bad habits, is what I think. In an MMO, a game mode that, like, has seemingly more negatives than positives, I don't understand why it's so prominent in the game. It's a combo of 3 guilds on different realms working together, since there's just not enough Dutch people in one of them to have a solid raid team. Works great. Sounds good. It sounds like just enough level of organisation to make it actually work. Sounds real good. When I did not have a raid guild, I was really happy I could still do LFR whenever needed possible, even managed to lead some groups to success. I don't, you know, this is the thing, right? I don't want to discredit the people that use it and utilize it, quote unquote, properly. But I still think that on average, it's a worse experience than it is a good experience. Because it's so easy to just abuse. I mean, I know this is kind of old news now, but even back in the day, I think Preach did an example where he, like, fully geared up a rogue without attacking a single, like, he got a full set of gear, the full tier set of gear from LFR without attacking a single boss. that you could just AFK the whole thing. Which obviously is an extreme example, but I would rather that sort of stuff just not be in the game. Wow, that was a terrible selection of goodies. Oh well. I get accused of gatekeeping when I talk about these sorts of things, and I sort of see it as justified. Because I would much rather... I know there are people that utilize these types of content correctly, if you can so say that you can correctly play a video game. But when they're too open for abuse, I think they'd be better if they weren't in the game. Anyone I encountered being a nasty SOB or just trolling, I'd verbally put their pants on fire. I do not allow for that in LFR. Yeah, I mean, this is it. You could the thing is like you can easily like vote kick bad actors, but the concept is still the same. That like to what quantifies a bad actor in LFR is somebody that strolls in and doesn't know a single boss mechanic a bad actor. Should they be kicked from an LFR? Is somebody, you know, where's the minimum requirements for this? You know, Blizzard states that the minimum requirement to do LFR is that you have enough gear that you reach a threshold, and that's it. Anything surpassed that, it's it's tricky. It's tricky. I think, you know, I look at things quite often from a game sort of developer's perspective of trying to make the best game. And I'm of the opinion that making the best game should more include gameplay loops that push people in the correct direction, not give people an easy way to game the system. Like LFR so often feels. LFR is needed because without it, many people would never be able to join a raid group. The barriers for entering pug groups are absurdly high. But one is kind of the cause of the other. One is kind of the cause of the other, I feel. In terms of the... If you... Oh my god, this is not a good position to be in. I'm going to die here. Hang on. I mean, to a degree, classics, players would have more access to groups and endgame content, I think, if LFR didn't exist, because the barrier to entry to pugs would reduce, right? I still think. I think that barriers to entry are so high for pug groups, predominantly because so many people stroll into LFR, get a few bits and pieces of loot, and then try and join a pug after still not technically having any flipping clue what's going on in there. And like the people who put together pugs are like genuinely doing God's work, honestly, because the amount of and this is why they tend to have extreme, or I feel the reason why there's often so extreme entry requirements to a pug is because those people who are putting the effort in to raid lead that random group of people don't want to have to deal with 80% dum-dums. But yeah, it's weird. I'm not really the person to have many opinions on this anyway, so I'll stick in my lane. Poor Spot, he's not happy, is he? I hope the AI dungeons end up replacing LFR someday. I mean, I think that's a perfect utilization for the AI technology. Normal mode dungeons is clearly one thing that was, you know, the first step on the ladder. A good place for them to test, make sure that it works, you know, teach people that it's an option. AI NPCs in LFR, I think, would do the world of good, honestly. But the flip side of that is that would it only lead to yet even more people just being able to AFK in LFR rather than figure out what's going on? I don't know. Old LFR is then solo content. Oh, I definitely appreciate that side of things, that you can queue into an old LFR and just solo it. For your transmog collectors and stuff, I think that's very good. Heroic ahead of the curve and a legendary doesn't even guarantee that you're going to get let into a pug. I mean, prior to LFR being a thing, I mean, I think it's difficult because you can never see both sides of the story. But there's clearly, for me, a correlation between just how few people see value in joining a proper guild nowadays compared to what it used to be. One of the big reasons why people joined guilds was that it was an organized group of people that were doing higher tier content. That was their ticket into higher tier content, was first, well, find a group of people that shares a similar interest to you, which I think is driving the right mentalities in an MMO. There's seemingly nowhere near as much of a reason to join a guild nowadays as there used to be before, because people can, if they really want to do the raid, they can just try and pug it. They can try and do it via LFR if they're so bothered. Why does it not let me pick up these crystals? Isn't this... Oh no, you need to kill a specific dude. Oh, I'm not paying any attention. And he's been tagged and he's nearly dead. I'm spending way too much time yabbiting. Not enough time questing. This number needs to go down. We cannot have level 39 take us 5 hours. Focus, Manthias, focus. At least AFKing in an AI environment doesn't ruin other players' experience. That I will give you, yeah.
These creatures are going to eat me. Help me out of here, and I'll give you a great treasure. It's in my camp in the swamp north of Stonard, but it's locked in a strongbox that can be opened through a trick that only I know. If you help me escape, then I'll teach it to you.
Flipping hell. I've just activated a escort quest. I didn't realise that was a thing. Zalkin in the past? Hang on, I need to make sure I don't let this dude out of my sight. I'll catch up with chat in a second. In our guild, there's always somebody in the Discord in the evening. There's always somebody willing to do group content, mostly Mythic Plus. Guilds are really good for that. Like, honestly, guilds are really good for that. It's one thing that I've never really pushed so much, and it's difficult because obviously my primary style of play in theory is gold making, which is one of those things where goblins tend to try and find their own little corner. It it's an activity that, I mean, I know I talk the talk of that, you know, the game should bring people together. Goblinry stuff tends to have the opposite effect. Goblins try and find their own little corners to sit in by themselves, and the less competition, the better. Which is a weird sort of, which is why actually sort of like, because not just myself, but like other people have tried to put together like goblin-esque style guilds before, and they just don't work because people step on other people's toes, and it just gets messy. Players don't particularly... I mean, it's difficult now in retail specifically, because of course everything is slowly going region-wide. With everything slowly going region-wide, everybody's stepping on everybody else's toes anyway. So maybe, when that's the case, maybe there's some advantages to be had by all actually playing in the same sort of arena, but this is why maybe going forward, like a Goblin Guild might work a touch better, because everybody's in the same boat anyway. If you're farming and selling materials, you're arguably competing against each other anyway. You just got to be slightly careful it doesn't start becoming like a cartel scenario. I share my goblin knowledge. I had a few give it a go, but they don't really stick to it. Well, this is it. Like, goblineering, for the most part, is that people do it primarily because they're... Oh my god, this dude's getting himself killed. They do it because they enjoy the thing, right? This feels gross to say in and of itself, but most successful goblins don't do it because they enjoy making gold. They do it because the thing that they're doing they enjoy, whether that be farming transmog or even grinding mobs, dare I say, or playing with crafting professions or flipping pets or whatever the case is. It's the gameplay that has to be enjoyable for you to bother doing it for any reasonable amount of time. And it's a niche interest. Most don't find something enjoyable about it. Most find it a chore. And so hence why a lot of people just don't bother and e.g. end up buying tokens. Absolutely love the grinding and farming mogs. Bit of music on, Netflix sorted. Yeah, some people dig that. Some people, you know, that floats people's boats. Absolutely. It's one thing you know, there's always, because I spend quite a bit of time, you know, places like the WoW economy subreddit and stuff. I see these questions come up hundreds of times, right? Hundreds of times. I need to make X amount of gold in X amount of time. How do I do it? Or I want to be able to make enough to make a token per month so I can play for free. You know, these are some of the most common questions by a mile. And often my approach is like, I can give you the answers you need, but if you're not going to enjoy doing it, please be aware that if you don't enjoy doing it, don't do it. Like, honestly, don't do it. Like, because there is the value of gold is low enough that if you're not also gaining enjoyment out of doing it, the value proposition isn't really there. It's the way I look at it, right? This is why when it comes to gold making, I've not done anywhere near as much gold making in Dragonflight as people would sort of half expect me to do. And this is mostly because did I just turn enemy nameplates off? I did. The gameplay options for goal making in Dragonflight haven't appealed to me anywhere near as much. So hence I've slipped way more into like just sort of like collecting and that sort of thing. On the contrary, I can't stand grinding and farming in any form. there is that sort of, it depends where you get your dopamine kick from. There are clearly some people, oh, hello, that'll do. I'll have a 12 slot bag. Yoink. Scroll up dog? Have they called one of the scrolls up dog? What's up dog? Oh, that's genius. I love the fact that Blizzard has a sense of humour. What's up dog? What can I get rid of? Get rid of you. What's up, dog? That's genius. Where is this dude that I need to kill anyway? Fun for the devs until the translators have to deal with it. Oh, that's true. That probably shouldn't be translated particularly. It's a joke that probably doesn't translate. Do you reckon this dude is also camping him? What do we think? Was he on this quest? Maybe we should just be pew-pewing everything in sight while we wait. Mage Weed bags available now? Anybody knows? They should be. In theory, they should be. Trying to take it easy on the crafting for sales. I had a little break in crafting now, just turned up minimum profit, so I still get joy but not spending all night doing it. I mean, that's a good approach. I mean, that's something that's kind of quite smart to do after a while anyway. Once you don't need to spend your time grinding away the sort of the low-hanging fruit. $3,000 auctions gets a bit too much. Yeah, I always tried to keep my auctions below 1,000, if I'm honest. And I would tweak and play with... This was when I was, same again, sort of more active in crafting and selling stuff to make the gold. I'd always try and keep my auction number down a bit and tweak my profit values to come in line with those. You start to, when you've got 3,000 auctions listed, you start to be less inclined to post things for like small profits anymore. You're like, well, maybe I'll let somebody else have that profit, just so it's one less thing to deal with. It's why throughout all of Shadowlands, there was lots of options for me to do. There was lots of things for me to sell in Shadowlands. People were surprised so frequently to see that I basically never sold the Crafter's Mark gear, for the very simple reason that I had way too much on my hands just crafting legendaries. There was very little point in me spending time or effort crafting legendaries when that same time and effort, and in many cases materials, could have been pushed into legendaries instead that were way more profitable. Any heavy callous hide or the likes that was spent on Crafter's Mark gear was only upping my crafting cost of Legos. So I was like, maybe I won't. Stick to the stuff that's profitable. Can you stop pinning down my damn pet, please? Thank you. Pop one of those. I can't be bothered to sit down. Can't wait for the transmog unlock. I'll be grinding all those old instances to death to collect everything. Yeah, the ATT fans are going to be... They're going to have a good time come 11.0. It's going to be early Christmas. I mean, it's so overdue that, though, honestly. How long have we had the transmog system in the game now for? What was it? Cataclysm it was first introduced? Must be well over a decade we've had the transmog system in the game. Oh! 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 There's the dude! There's the dude! Quick! Pew pew! Got him. Not a good time to have no mana, but we'll be fine. Do we have a... let's get rid of... oh, my poor bags. They're so tragic. I've got 2 of these. Go on. Right, well, we won't get rid of the updog scroll. I don't need the updog scroll, do I? Where did his corpse go? Hello? Where did his corpse go? How can I loot his thing without his corpse? Whew. Okay, beautiful. Running around with this inventory is not helpful either. I need to head to a bank and drop some of this off, although I have a horrible, horrible feeling even my bank is full. Oh no. Oh no. Search for the temple. Okay. An easy exploration quest. We can do that. Yeah, let's leave you the fuck alone. Holy shit. Not going near you. Game could have told me there's random level 44s knocking about. There we go. Right. We absolutely, categorically, 100% have to improve this 14k an hour XP. I've got 85,000 experience to grind. We're 10k in. That's 75. Yeah, nearly 5 hours to level from 39 to 40 is not good. We need to, these are rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. This is with a 3% XP bonus. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't be attacking that. Jesus. Flipping. Muscle memory kicked in then. I started pressing buttons. Yeah, people will still buy the base legendaries because you can hoover the transmog off them now. It just gives me a little touch of PTSD to even craft them, that's the issue. where do we turn this in? Hello? Click the strong box. Oh, this thing. The keyhole of this strong box is filled with black resin. It's impossible to open. Oops. Oh, inventory's full. Oh, flipping Nora. Can I can off these medium hides nowadays? We can get rid of the medium hides. What's this one random piece? Oh, that was the spider meat that we should probably do something with. Visionary buckler, 62 silver, don't mind. Farming command tables give so many resources for them. Yeah, if you're still keeping up with the mission tables, you'll probably be, I wouldn't say flooded, but you'll have plenty of them. It was the biggest thing for me with Legos was the intermediates, turning like shadow ghast ingots, for example, crafting all the shadow ghast ingots, doing all the enchanting, enchanted lightless silk. Oh my god, I do not even want to begin how many hours I spent crafting enchanted lightless silk, just purely because it was still worth doing. Over just buying the enchanted lightless silk. Enchanted lightless silk, enchanted heavy callous hide, and enchanted lithium bars. Yeah. Many hours were spent enchanting those things. Right, hopefully there's a few things I can vendor here to reclaim a few inventory slots. I'm so tempted to just bang all of those in the bin. But the inner hoarder in me tells me I should do something with them. There was a vendor around here somewhere, wasn't there? There we go, you. What can we sell? A soulbound axe, 4 agi, 3 strength. Vendors for 65. Oh, it's soulbound. Oh, hang on. The game seems to think that's an upgrade for me. Oh, no, because we're using our pole arm at the moment. It's fine, get rid of it. You're soulbound as well, see you later. Green whelp scales. There's no point keeping these about. Mage weave cloth is worth keeping though. Quest items, quest items. Well, we can't even use a shield, so sell that. Green whelp scales, not worth keeping these about right now. Buy them back if needed. Small flame sack, why are these seemingly valuable? Feels stupid to give that away when it's worth half a gold. We'll see. Large fangs, we can buy them back if we ever need them. Kodo meat we feed to Spot. We've got too many things to feed to Spot, actually. Never going to open that. They we equip once we ding 40. Potentially those as well. I haven't decided. 8 stamina, 15 spirit. 8 stamina, 15 spirit. They do the same. I'll get rid of those just for the inventory space. There's another stack of leather. Flipping hell. Ah, I don't even have that much stuff I can throw away. Can you convert your heavy to thick yet? No. I do, though, have now 20 heavy hides, which means I could go and do some leatherworking and would then be able to level up far enough to do that, yes. That will alleviate some inventory stuff soon-ish. TM. I need a drink. Back in 2 seconds. Flame sacks are used for a potion in Nomagon or a food. Okay, yeah. That's worth auctioning then. Right. It still looks like we're in Swamp of Sorrows for a little while here. Oh, free leather. Yoink. I need 26,000 pet charms. I've got 5. What could you possibly be spending 26,000 pet charms on? Or are you attempting to level everything up to 25 using pet charms? I think I've asked you this before. I apologise if I have and I've forgotten the answer. I actually do think I should probably start churning out some mission table stuff as well, because through ATT family battling, I often level up a bunch of pets quickly to get those achievements done in each zone, in each expansion, and I chunk through pet charms doing that.
Ah, you found them. With these, the wizards in Nethergard may continue their work. I do not know what it is that they do, but it is linked to the dark portal in the Blasted Lands and is vital to the security of the Alliance. I owe you greatly, adventurer. An honorable heart beats within you, and now I have another task for which I humbly...
I'm not taking that task, am I? We're hearthing down to Stranglethorn to Booty Bay. Hey, it is a convenient spot to fix our inventory up a touch and all. We'll do that in a minute. Let me go do some auction now. Let me go fix my inventory real quick. Put some stuff in the bank. All this medium leather can be converted up. That's one thing I definitely can do. I definitely don't need medium leather for anything right now. Unless, of course, I go back to recrafting a bunch of stuff, but as it stands, I don't need it. Right, that's all medium converted to heavy. Oh dear God, my bank is full. Oh dear God, my bank is full. I don't know why I've got all this flipping silverleaf in here. Let's just delete that. That's an easier solution, isn't it? Let's just get that gone. All the silk is presumably to continue leveling first aid. And in turn, the mage weave will go towards that too. Why have I got a random stack of fishes that's going to vendor for practically nothing? Let's get rid of those. My old school quiver. Not going to need that anymore. Let's get rid of that. These medium hides I equally probably don't need. 2 small pearls. No, they don't need to be there. Let's put some of this away for now. Clear some space. Okay. Bank's full again. Mail them all to your possible alchemist. Oh, yeah, I know. There's lots of smart stuff I should do. There is lots of smart stuff I should be doing. How much thick, heavy leather have I got? Nearly 500 heavy leather. I'm quite sure that's going to be enough, isn't it? Once we level up leatherworking, we'll fix all of this problem. which is arguably something I should just go do now. I should just go do it now, but I want to hit 40. So I'm stalling because I want to hit 40 first, for no other reason than just because I want to.
Glad I could help.
What I can do though, oh my god, it's 4 days till all this expires. I got some valuable stuff in here as well. These are down to a gold apiece. Deviate scale belts are still 9 gold apiece. Sheesh. I'm surprised there's any value in those. Send, contacts, alts, Manthena. Take those. Take that, put it on the auction house. Take that, put it on the auction house. I actually think that's it. Okay.
Your skill exceeds mine. Though I've heard that Old Man Hemming in Booty Bay has copies of The Base and You. That is sure to help you increase your skill.
Right, that's about as good as we get for the minute. That'll have to do us. Right, let's turn in some quests. Let's go, gadget, go. No, you're not the right one.
Go forth to victory. Go with honor.
Oh, wait, no, hang on, that wasn't, that was nothing that I needed to do. Where did you go? Oh, Krasik upstairs.
Talk to me. Keep it real. Well, look at that.
Have some
You
dream
found
dust,
the
my
dream
friend.
dust. And how did you like the swamp, adventurer? It's not easy to get a hot meal there, is it? I had to use some of my favors, and gave away a rare bottle of elven wine, and did some heavy deducing myself, but I found the information you seek. Here, I wrote a letter with some very interesting bits.
Is that
on
the
our
Blackwood
friend
nut
Naz
sample? It is,
Steamboy.
yeah.
Do with it what you will. It's too dangerous for me to use. Just don't tell anyone where you got it. There is a mountain cave in Dry Whisker Gorge, far to the north in the Arathi Highlands. In that cave is rare ore, bloodstone. The bloodstone in this cave
Bloodstones.
is not of the highest
Buy a
grade,
massive
but
longbow.
even low-quality bloodstone
No,
is
we're not going to
valuable
do that.
to
Skip.
those with the knowledge to use it. I would like some. I will fix your crock pot, but while I work on it, bring me samples of bloodstone. Bring me enough, and I'll even give you a bonus. Oh, and if you don't have the skill to mine it, find someone who does.
What? Fastest griffins this side of Airy Peak.
Off to Stormwind,
Wanna take
apparently. Right. Have we got the final verdict on the WoW token? I mean, well, it's fixed currently in terms of that you can turn gold into Blizzard balance still. As of last night, we found out that seemingly all Blizzard games are going on to Game Pass. So there's starting with Diablo 4, May 28th, sorry. No, March 28th. March 28th, Diablo 4's hitting Game Pass. Presumably the rest of them to follow at some point. So the merger is happening. It's happening. What it will mean for the token long term, no idea. The obvious suspicion is that if you play via Game Pass, you probably won't be able to turn gold into Blizzard balance because you're not part of the Blizzard ecosystem in that regard. You're part of the Xbox ecosystem. And their little whoopsie the other day could probably just be them developing the alternative token for Game Pass. But we'll find out in the future. For now, it's business as usual, though. We've got to grab a couple of quest items from the bank. Carnitol's satchel, and bag of water elemental braces. That presumably means we're going to be handing those quests in soon as well. We haven't got much love in completed quest experience though, so we've still realistically got quite some way to go till we hit 40. What did I miss about Game Pass? WoW going to Game Pass? Yeah, presumably. I can't quote verbatim exactly what was said, but something along the lines of all of our games are on Game Pass. So I'm here to announce that Blizzard titles will be moving to Game Pass, starting with Diablo 4, something along those lines were the words used. So I wonder if we'll get a kickback from being a WoW sub-member and Game Pass. Well, no. It's going to be a bit, it's going to be a bit weird, I think, because the way that it'll probably work is that Game Pass will give you the equivalent of just having a subscription. So Game Pass will probably be the optimal way for people to play like Classic and Hardcore and Season of Discovery and these sorts of game modes. Retail, though, you will still need to buy whatever the current expansion is to play, the end game content. So whilst it is likely to present people with choice, I think the choice is really only there. The choice is likely to only be there for brand new players to the game. Do you choose to play it on Game Pass and then just buy the expansion, or do you buy it through Battle.net? It's World of Warcraft is one of the more tricky titles that they're going to have to figure this stuff out for. There's some logistics involved in integrating WoW to Game Pass, but we believe it's happening. Considering Game Pass and a monthly subscription is about the same value.
No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of the whole history.
The logical thing to do if you are brand new to the game is to purchase through Game Pass.
See you around.
And then just buy the expansion, because then you get all of the you pay $13 a month or whatever, but you get obviously your subscription to World of Warcraft and everything that Game Pass has to offer. The value proposition for a brand new player is to pick it up on Game Pass. Existing players, though, because the licensing will probably be different, right? If you have a current account, I don't know if there'll be any merger so that if you use your game... I don't know. That's not for me to speculate particularly, but I think there'll be some interesting things that need to happen. Somebody trying to sell bow of searing arrows. Is this 500 gold? Oh my god. It's Biss bow for hunters this phase though.
Good. Welcome to the Bank of Stormwind. We offer financial
Deposit
accounts
Goblin
and safety
Rumors.
deposit
Is that this
boxes
one?
For valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, sir?
This is what I miss about modern WoW, looking at the world while flying on a griffin. Now it's all just portals and dragon riding. I would agree with you if I hadn't already seen everything that there is to offer like 500 times. Mithril Heavy Bore Rifle. Oh, an engineering crafted item. It's not bad. It's not bad. Collect 2 elixirs of water breathing. If you can't get them, you can skip this step. They just make some quests easier to do later. but you can still get it done without them. How much are they? $20 silver apiece. For you, Zygor. I'll do it for you. I mean, yeah, in retail you can technically still choose flight paths. You'd be a touch crazy to do it, though. Ooh, new shiny. Oh, excuse me. Yoink. Thank you, thank you. Also means I can vendor my old one.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
Why can't I select this one?
Go with honor, friend. Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you? Farewell.
Oh, we get to use better arrows in one level as well. I don't even know what the Game Pass is. Is it something for Microsoft consoles? Well, it's Microsoft. Yeah, the Microsoft have, for Microsoft games, Game Pass is a monthly subscription that gives you access to a huge amount of games. So, for example, Game Pass just has a huge, great big library of games you can play. It's a monthly subscription, and it just gives you a huge variety of stuff. And the advantage of Game Pass, for some at least, is that there's crossover between Xbox consoles and Microsoft. Go play some Goat Simulator. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of old silly stuff as well. Even Doom from back in the day. But if you're ever bored for something to play, you'll probably find something on Game Pass. I actually, since having it, I can't argue. It feels pretty good value for money, realistically. Since I picked up Game Pass when City Skylines came out, City Skylines 2. I'm so glad that I did, because Game Pass is $10 a month. Based upon the fact that you can very easily spend like $70 on a AAA game now. That's 7 months of Game Pass equivalent value. Since having Game Pass for a few months, I've played City Skylines. I installed Sniper Elite 5 and played that for an evening. Need for Speed Unbound, I played that for an evening. It allows you to play these games and see if they're any good, honestly. And then you don't feel, but because you avoid that horrible situation where you spend $60 on a AAA game and it ends up being dog shit, right? And then you just feel like you've wasted $60. With Game Pass, it's $10 a month or whatever it is. It's just you know, no different to your Netflix sort of thing. But you can try these new games when they come out, and if they're good, you can play them. If they turn out to be dog shit, you can stop playing them. I also played a bit of Battlefield recently, and of course, like Palworld as well. I think for, you know, buying a game on Steam or whatever is great if you know categorically that the game is good and that you are going to play it a consistent amount. But Game Pass is also great. Game Pass is then great for those games that you don't really know too much about, or you want to sort of try them out for a bit. For example, Palworld, I picked up Palworld because it was on Game Pass. Then eventually actually ended up buying it on Steam as well. Mostly for the fact that I, you know, was happy to give the developers $30. Truth be told.
The temple of Atal-Hakar has been sunk beneath the pool of tears and surrounded by the green dragonflight. An amazing discovery, adventurer. But obviously
Amazing
something has
discovery.
gone terribly wrong. As I mentioned earlier, I attempted to scout the temple on my own from the air. Well, I wasn't exactly alone. I traveled to the renowned Griffin Aviary at Airy Peak in the hinterlands. There I enlisted the aid of one of their finest pilots. The pilot fell off his mount down into the swamp. In my old age, the poor fellow's name eludes me. The master of the aviary would remember, no doubt. Journey there and seek out Volstad Wildhammer. We need to find out what happened to that pilot.
Are we being taken over to the hinterlands now? Okay. I really have gone the scenic route to get to the flight master here, haven't I? Oops. As long as you can still trade gold for classic game time, I'm in. I have a hard time handing $1 real to Blizzard. I mean, I understand that opinion. It just doesn't sit with me very well, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems to be contradictory opinions. Either you enjoy the games and what they offer, but only when they're free.
These great beasts know paths that you can't find on
You
foot.
inherently
They'll get you
do
there fast
see
and
some
maybe show
value
you
in
something
it.
new at the same time.
I don't know. I don't kind of get that. I don't get that approach. That's one step too far in my eyes. It's like if you enjoy the game and you see worth in the product, then you should pay for it. If you don't see any worth in it at all, then don't use it. Is my take, but at the same time, it's clearly obvious that these big corporate companies will just, you know, they'll take every opportunity to nickel and dime you. So it works two ways, right? If you get the opportunity to quote unquote have access to something as you believe to be free, I kind of get it. How dare employees get paid? I don't even think it's as that much. It's the corporate approach to things, isn't it? Really. And as these companies get bigger and bigger and bigger, their greed when it comes to making money only grows. It's why indie game devs, you know, indie game devs are often, you know, well praised within the industry. They produce a product and people like it, and so then people pay them to play the product that they have produced. The transaction is very simple. It's only when these companies get as big as your EAs and your Microsofts and your Ubisofts and things along those lines. Only when these gaming companies turn into publishers, turn into massive multi-billion-dollar corporations, where the value transaction is not so clear, and so I get why it rubs people the wrong way. The politics side of gaming, while it's clearly a big thing, it seems to be a bigger thing in PC gaming than it does in like console gaming. The politics involved is, if you flat out 100% ignore all of the politics, which is obviously very difficult to do, but if you flat out ignore all of the corporate politics that goes on in the gaming industry and purely pay to play the games you enjoy for as long as you enjoy them, no more and no less, then You can't do far wrong. So we head to Ironforge to hand in a quest here. Where are we off to next? Accept further mysteries. Buy a massive longbow. We're going to skip doing that. We're off to South Shore from that point on. We're going to do a bunch of quests over here, are we? Presumably. And then we'll be in Alterac Valley. Oops, I've gone too far in the guide and it's pushed me into the next guide. No, go back a step. Go back a step. We didn't even kill that dude. Which means we didn't do that either. There we are. Why only 60-40 split? I thought it was 70-30 for Partner Plus. Well, they're changing it. They're changing it. It's now tiered. If you're able to maintain 100, if you're able to maintain 100 sub points or whatever they're calling them now, you'll get a 60-40 split. This also applies to affiliates as well as partners. Then if you can maintain 300 sub points, then you get the 70-30. I'm not shooting for the moon with 300, but...
Excellent! So, the chest was destroyed, but the items are all here, huh? Well, I'll let him be the judge of that. One good part about this business I got going on here is that if they're not satisfied, I can tell them to shove it. They're relying on us to find their stuff, not make sure it's all pretty and in good shape when they get it back. Good work, adventurer. Let's see about getting you paid. No. I decrypted the letter, but I don't know what to make of it. You found this among thieves in the Alterac foothills. Very strange. You should take this to the Magistrate of South Shore. Although this letter is cryptic, his is the closest town to Alterac. If a threat is brewing, then he should know.
Oh, we don't... We're skipping this one. We're off to South Shore then. We got a better bow already. The irony is on YouTube I get a 70-30 split anyway.
What? The Wildhammer dwarves might have fast steeds, but can those...
It's only on Twitch where they seem to enjoy taking more of their creators' money. Whoa, layer 6? It's busy today. I think that's the highest layer I've seen. Layer 6. Sheesh. It's busy, busy. Right, are we going to round off by doing some quests in South Shore, do we reckon? Zygor technically says that we're going to be here for... we've just finished this one. We're going to be in Alterac Mountains, 39 to 39. Then we go over to Arathi Highlands for 39 to 40. So it looks like we might ding in Arathi Highlands. May not make it to Dustwallow Marsh. Or back to Desolates or anything. But the likelihood is that actually just continuing to quest might not be a terrible idea, as that will very quickly and easily get the gold I need to get the riding. Because at only 52 gold right now, I'm slacking. Seriously slacking. Hang on. Time to fly. Time to pee. I'll be back in 2. Okay. Even Mr. GM has more gold than you? He probably does. He probably does. I did very little on this character in phase 1, other than level him. Did a little bit of crafting here and there, but nothing too sizable. I certainly didn't do any farming, nor did I do any further questing when I hit 25. So I should have prepared more, is the honest answer. I should have known that, hang on, I'm going to need a spare 100 gold once I hit 40. I should have at least done that. It won't take us long to get it, though. Soon as we ding 40, all of the quests turn into gold anyway. Where is our Hearthstone set right now? Booty Bay. See, I don't disagree with setting my Hearthstone over here. Yet, the very second I ding 40, I'm probably going to want to have my Hearthstone set at Stormwind. I guess it will be useful now, probably, maybe, possibly. Innkeeper.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
Crushridge Bounty?
Crushridge ogres have dug an ogre mound up in the Alterac Mountains near the ruined city of Alterac. And my scouts tell me they've taken over those ruins as well. We can't let them get cozy up there. If they think they're safe where they are, then their next step will be to move down into the foothills, which will put them right at our front door. Go north to the Alterac Mountains and hunt ogres. Bring me the dirty knuckle bones they carry, and you will earn a nice bounty.
Okay, kill some ogres.
Light bless you. This is translated from a letter you found in a syndicate encampment. This was not written by a thief or even a noble of Alterac. It appears the syndicate has ties to another power, and I shudder to think what that might be. The letter you brought me was written by a being who calls himself Nagaz, a member of the Argus Wake. I don't know what this Argus Wake is, but if they're in alliance with the syndicate, then they must be a threat. I want you to find Nagaz and the Argus Shadow Mages mentioned in that letter. I want you to find them and kill them. Search in the uplands, where the syndicate is strongest. It is north of Stronbrad. With luck, you'll find these envoys of the Argus Wake there. I fear the leadership behind the syndicate is bent on South Shore's ruin. We must strike hard at these leaders before their plans are realized. Enter the ruins of Stronbrad.
I don't know who they are, but kill them.
We think the syndicate is using the area
about
as
right.
a headquarters. We know this gang of cutthroats is run by former Alterac nobles. They may be hiding as normal syndicate agents, but you'll know you've killed a noble by the signet ring he wears. Bring me those signet rings.
Okay, go and mass murder everybody, and just that's the shotgun approach right there. You won't know that they're crooks until you've killed them and they've got and they've got a ring. Well, what if they aren't crooks? Well, you know, this is the classic way. Casually go murder everybody in your sight. Hang on, this is like medium and light leather. This is trash. Let's fuck about skinning this stuff. Ah, fond memories. Fond memories killing you. Oh, well, fond is one way to describe it. So for sure, 40 today. I mean, you know, it's got to be, right? It's got to be. The reality is I have been streaming for 3 hours already, and I tend to only stream for 3 to 4. But we should hit 40, shouldn't we? We should. It is a Friday after all. I can't blue ball you all that hard, can I? Surely, right? Get within a slither, and then be like, "See ya." Back on Monday. That'd just be mean. Funny, but mean. Although I'm not discounting the fact that I might do that. We've lost our flipping sleeping bag buff. Got 12 minutes till we get the sleeping bag buff back.
Light be with you. The Stone of the Tides? Most interesting. It might surprise you to know that I wrote a tome several years ago pertaining to the legends of the Gurubashi Empire. I do know quite a bit about the stone. At least one of these bracers appears to have some magical residue I can analyze. Let's see what I can see. The mage that is in possession of the stone is amplifying its power through some focal point, an altar of some sort. You should be able to disrupt it by overpowering it. As it happens, I know just the thing. An ancient dagger, another troll relic. There's just one little problem. You see, I found the dagger while researching in Stranglethorn, but I gave it to my willful daughter, Catelyn, who ran off to Booty Bay to become a pirate.
Everybody goes to Booty Bay to become a pirate. That's totally normal. No stress. Some dude who I don't know is dead. Okay. Okay. Was here 2 weeks ago for the cheese achievement? Wait, cheese achievement? What was the cheese achievement? I don't remember what the cheese achievement was. Make cheese, feed 30 rats. Did I do that? Are you sure that was me? I'm pretty sure I've not been feeding rats. Oh. I'm so confused. Hang on, shell shield. We should tame one of these. For those in a language not made up of 90% vowels. I try and keep my nose as far... Whoa, hello, they're dangerous. Let's not kill those. I try to keep my nose as far away from politics as possible. Happy 40th birthday. Well, I'll bank that one for some time in the future. Appreciate it. Welcome in, Bear. Or Crunchy's Adventures, or whatever you go by nowadays. Ah, where did you come from? Sneaky. Sneaky son bitch assassin. Yes, I see where the confusion may have come from. I'll take the birthday wishes, thank you very much. Ah, more sneakies! Flipping rogues, man. Rogues doing rogue things. Doesn't look a day over 39, exactly. There's a good reason for that, may I add. Just to clarify. You were asking for it. I know. I opened the door. You know, if you open the door, you can't be too surprised when people walk through it. I know what I'm doing. Anti-wrinkle cream, best in the business. Best in the business. Ain't no wrinkle getting on me. Just Botoxed Up the wazoo. That's what it is. Kill Nagas. Where's Nagas then? Flipping stealthy boys. Lord have mercy. That poor wazoo. This is another one, right? I quite frequently pull out these very English phrases. And my wife does exactly the same because her English is like native level English. I mean, obviously living there for 10 years was part of that. But like she occasionally points out that like that is a very English phrase. And she only often learns this because she'll use that same phrase like with her work colleagues, and then they'll just look at her funny. What the hell does that mean? Up the wazoo is probably one of those phrases. To be fair, now I don't know if this is some sort of appropriation or something here, but I would assume the up the wazoo phrase is actually more sort of like Australian than it is actually English, because I don't know what a wazoo is. No idea. I still want to know who flipping Nora is. Yeah, so do I actually. Yeah, good point. This isn't going to end very well, is it? This is not going to end well at all. Let's pause this. You go away. Yeah, I must admit I don't know who this flipping Nora is, but she makes an appearance in my vocabulary quite frequently. Have people realised that Bob isn't your uncle? Well, I'll let you into a secret. I do actually have an Uncle Bob, so I'm allowed to use that. Robert, technically. Plural wazoos, slang, the buttocks or anus. Yeah, but that's the slang version of it. I don't know what like where it originates from. Nora is not a woman's name, but a form of the word horror. The phrase started off as flaming horror, or flipping, bloody, etc. Oh, it's a cry of disbelief. So somebody just mispronounced it, and apparently Nora stuck. Okay, I see. Recently changed jobs IRL around the same time you started saying "Geez Louise." Now my new boss's name is Louise. Yeah, maybe that would be something to that would be if you're gonna absorb any of my idioms, maybe not that one. Might get you in trouble. Right, Spot, be happy. I don't know how he died. Stupid rogues doing rogue things.
Let's make sweet profit together.
I've just realised this is a terrible idea. I should be doing it this way. Hang on, in the danger zone. Oh my god, I keep pulling everything. Out, reverse, back out. I've completely scuffed this. Control Z, undo. Control Z, undo. Oh, poor Spot. Poor Spot, he's taking the brunt of it again. Need to remember to kill stealthy boys first. Oh, Bear with the 4 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Happiest of birthdays to you. Oh, Lord. I'll take it. I'll take it all the same. Up your old wazoo. Oh, maybe it does mean that then. Thought to refer to the anus of a kangaroo. Okay. Well, that would possibly explain the Australia link. Maybe, possibly. Am I on for much longer? Likely. I want to hit level 40. Yeah. My little questing thing says that could still take me in excess of 2.5 hours, so... And at this pace, if I keep doing silly things, it might take me even longer. Let's clear the area a touch first. And give me something proper to Google to reset the algorithm. Yeah, I'm glad I get you guys to Google these sorts of things. God knows what your your ads are going to be. Maybe install ad block. Couple of SM runs, that level would be knocked out no time. Well, that is true. I'm in the right neck of the woods and all. Right, is Spot happy? Let's get rid of the stealthy boys first. And let's not pull everything. Let's do this properly. I watched one short video of young Sheldon and now my YouTube is ruined. It's the same theory. Like, you watch one Asmongold clip and it's like, oh, flipping hell, what have I done? There's no comeback from that. You have signed your destiny. Dead. Right, there's another stealthy boy around here somewhere. There was an assassin upstairs, I think I accidentally pulled last time. There we go, there's your head. Collect a parchment thing? Don't respawn, don't respawn, don't respawn, don't respawn. No respawns, don't respawn, don't respawn. We're good. We've aggroed some in. You son bitch. Ah, spot you there lurking in the shadows. It wasn't even funny, I should have bailed early. I was really disappointed with young Sheldon. I know it's not particularly it's not the cool thing to like The Big Bang Theory, and I've never understood why, because I thought it was really funny. But I was mighty disappointed with young Sheldon, if I'm honest. That's often the case, though, isn't it? Like, spin-off shows from popular shows also tend not to be great. The only one I would actually say that has worked really quite well, Better Call Saul. Arguably a spin-off to Breaking Bad. And I think Better Call Saul is actually would stand its ground very well. It's almost as if Breaking Bad is the... Well, I can't remember now. I can't remember in what order it is. Without spoilers, preferably. Does Better Call Saul predate Breaking Bad? Like, timeline-wise? I think it is, right? It's Saul becoming, like... Yeah, I can't remember. It's been so many years since I've seen Breaking Bad. But considering it was a spin-off, it did very well for itself, actually. I still haven't watched the final series of Better Call Saul, actually. That was one of the programs that really annoyed me with... Netflix pissed me off with that program because I watched the first couple of seasons, not when they first came out, but much after, so I could just binge them. After binging like 2 or 3 series, then they, for some reason, decided that it felt like a good idea to release 1 episode a week. I don't agree when Netflix does that. Still haven't watched Breaking Bad? Oh dear lord. Fix that one. How are we doing, Crilly? Welcome in. Breaking Bad is like, it's one of those films that should, it should be shown in schools. Honestly. Like flipping, Star Wars or James Bond. You have not lived until you have seen. I loved the fake employee orientation videos, yeah. Los Polos. Chicken shop though, it's got to be a good, it's got to be a good front for some drug money though, right? I think they picked a good. They could have gone ye olde default and had it be just a laundrette. We watched the original Matrix in school in religion class. This, boys and girls, this is what happens if you don't believe in God. The original Matrix, legendary film. The other ones, not so much. Got some fond memories of watching South Park Bigger, Longer and Uncut in school? What? Surely that's not right. I mean... Okay. I'm quite sure Mrs. Manthis has never seen South Park Bigger, Longer and Uncut, but I'm quite sure I would feel the need to, cover her eyes for some parts of that. She's it's not something you would promote. I suppose it's a cartoon, miss. It's fine. Don't worry. South Park's classic, though. I love how South Park, throughout the years, have tried their absolute utmost to get cancelled, and they just can't. They are uncancelable. But then again, Family Guy took that to a new level, didn't they? Very modern teacher. It was mainly about analogies like being chosen. Oh lord, okay. That sounds cultish from the word go. You are the chosen one. Give it another go. Couldn't get over the cancer chat at the start. It was close to the time my dad went, but the bathtub scene was long as I lasted. I'll watch it one day. Currently on the last season of Supernatural. There were so many things that I'm not, I'm not the best to talk at this. I don't watch anywhere near as much TV as I think I probably should, or film either, to be honest. There's some big name films that people would be surprised to know that I haven't seen. I've just never, I've always had the innate problem that if I sit down and I watch a film, unless it's a really gripping film, I'd fall asleep. TV, I'm just 20 minutes, I'm asleep. I'll be on the sofa dead. This is why I've, for many years, played video games. Because video games, you're actually, it's a way of relaxing, entertaining yourself, whilst actually doing something. Becoming a zombie in front of the TV... My body is just like, oh, we're going to sleep, are we? Done. This is why I've missed the end of so many films. Maybe it's an attention span thing or something, I don't know, but... heavy silk bandages, we can fill that one. You can only carry 12. Oh, well, oh yeah, okay. There's another deadly scopes. Like, that one's going to be mad level expensive. I've watched a lot less since streaming, to be honest. Yeah, for some reason, this streaming business takes up quite a lot of time. Oh, I knew there was stealthy boys around here. Sneaky sneakies. I used to watch more, then COVID happened. Movie show supply dried up. Oh yeah, that's true. Practically nothing of any decent... There's some irony in that, isn't there, really? The perfect time, every man and their dog locked up inside, not being able to do anything or particularly go anywhere. But then at the very same time, there's like no new documentaries or films or anything produced because everybody's locked up inside. Good way to work through a back catalogue, though, for sure. Kill shadow mages. Can I just kill everything for their Alterac Valley signet rings? I keep hearing a stealthy boy and I can't see him. He's going to sneak up on me. Then there's also The Simpsons that predict the future every 5 years. That's actually quite scary how good they are at doing that. There he is. It's actually unbelievably scary how accurate they are with predicting the future. Almost as if they know something. Maybe Homer actually is God. Plausible. Mind blown, yeah. Maybe working in a nuclear power plant and drinking copious amounts of beer is the way forward. I'd give it a go. I think I'm about as qualified as Homer Simpson. Which is not at all. Oh, Shadow Mage, where? Path not available for you. How can the path not be available? Where is it? Oh, Spot knows where it is. Go, Spot, go! Oh god, there's another stabby boy and all. Do we panic or do we LOS you? LOS you again, haha. Stupid mage. Haha, stupid mage. Right, pew pew. I've got literally no mana, which is also a problem. Oh, now he's LOSing me. Smart mage. No, you're dead. Get wrecked. If in doubt, panic. Basic material ones. Rich purple silk shirts. I don't know what they're worth. Fade leaf has got to be cheaper. Yeah, there's another one somewhere. Go, Spot, go. Spot, clear the path first. Oh dear. Okay. Spot don't give a fuck. He's just going for it. Hungry for blood. Back up. There we go. Stupid dead zones. That's what happens when you try and tame a tiger. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. It's in here somewhere. Oh dear lord, I've pulled the world again. Spot's fine, he'll cope. Stun you. Well, that wasn't a great stun, was it? I have 33 skill in pole arms. This is probably not the most effective way of doing this. Do not kill Spot. Good Spot. Okay. Let's give him a Scooby snack. He deserves one. Let's pull in a shift. We need one more Shadow Mage. Well, there's one. Where is it? Zygor knows where one is. Spot, go get it. No line of sight. Does that mean it's in a building somewhere? Ah, he's run away. Where's the damn mob gone? Oh, it's going to be in here, isn't it? I tried to cause chaos and get people to come and wish you a happy birthday, but nobody heard my call. I failed. I'm gonna get accused of like false birthdaying. It's illegal in the Twitch scene. I swear there's people on Twitch that have a birthday every month. Where the hell is this cat going? I suppose if there's anything to get cancelled for, having too many birthdays is probably the best thing. No, it's not. I'm memeing. Don't worry. Morally frowned upon. There's our Shadow Mage. I knew you were lurking somewhere. Did you just miss hitting a guy that stood with his back to you? Yeah, shush, relax, go away. We are not skilled in polearmness. Not yet. Hang on, I hear a stealthy boy. Oh, we don't need to kill any of these anymore. Let's peace out. Let's go kill some ogres instead. I hear they have dirty knuckles. There's a stealthy boy. Sneaky, sneaky. Right, is it ogres we're killing? Must be, right? Must be ogres. Right. We've been level 39 for an hour and 43 minutes. At this rate, we'll ding in 2 hours' time. That'd be some rookie numbers. There's a level 32 hunter over here? Okay, now. Who stole all my ogres? World first 40. Incoming. It'll happen. Not long now. The race is on. I think we might be ahead. I think we've got our nose in front just slightly. Rumour has it Kungan's only level 37. We might be good. One knuckle bone. We are one knuckle deep. 8 to go. I missed the start of Dragonflight. Goal making was so good. Well, luckily it does come around every expansion. The first couple of months of an expansion are always crazy for goal making, and then it slows down. Casual 3 mil profit a day. Yeah. Silliness can happen for sure. Happy birthday with birthday twins. Oh, it's working. It's working. Is Bear spreading rumours in our Discord? Welcome in. Somebody took the bait, Bear. We are 40 today, preferably in-game. But if that is true, happy birthday to you. Oh shit, this dude's an elite. Nobody told me we were killing elites. Are we good on these? Oh, we might be good on these, you know. Spot's holding his ground. Slow and steady. Gone. Massive experience from killing elite, surely. 4,000 experience. 360? Lord. Barely worth. Stick to the little ones instead. We good on arrows? No. Oops. Right, these ogres appear to not have knuckles again. Rats without ears. Why is it so many things we kill seem not to have appendages that we're after? How is that a thing? There we go, there's another one. With a title like that, he was asking for it. Yeah, I know. 40 today. Not specifying where, though. I could have put some balloons or something at the end of it to make it look slightly more believable. I am completely out of mana. Whoa, that warrior's fast. Since when did warriors get so speedy? Has he got fast legs on or something? Dude was moving. Warrior speed set? Hello? She's just got legs. I thought I was fast with flipping aspect of the cheetah. Oi, cheeky. You're only level 32. Relax. Back it up with your silly bear. Okay. Well, I guess we'll claim this little
Is that your
camp area
wallet?
then.
Are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Oh, Cinnamon, thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate that. Thank you. Even if it is a fake birthday, completely made up, completely completely made up, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
Ah,
Both, I hope.
in cahoots. In cahoots. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I might have a fake birthday more often. Now you're getting cancelled for a fake birthday, rip. Ah, well, it was good while we lasted. Oh, you tweeted it? Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
And on Discord? Oh, no. Oh, no. What have you done? I'll take it, it's fine. All promo is good promo. Going in for the hype train. Dressia, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the gifted sub. Choo choo. I swear this number's going backwards, you know. I'm pretty sure this number's going backwards. Didn't it say like an hour 36 minutes like 5 minutes ago? Or was I... Oh no, maybe that was the time I'd spent leveling. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Also possible. This area seems to be cleaned. Hey up, hey up. Gimme your finger. Finger me, ogre, finger me. You heard.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Hey, Kahani with the bits. Thank you very much, my man. I didn't even have to die. Usually the bits fly in when I die. Maybe I should die more frequently. In game. Flipping hell. Let's clarify these things. It's 2024. I'm already getting cancelled once today. Right, no knuckle bones.
Is that your wallet?
You lot have set off the choo-choo trains.
Both, I hope.
I should get a conductor's hat or something, shouldn't I? Oh, you get them from doing Twitch surveys. Is that how you do it? Clever. Clever, clever. Twitch pays people in bits to do surveys? How did I not know that? It's got to be some shenanigans at play there, really. Sign up for some surveys. I'll answer questions for free money. Oh, come on. How many ogres are we going to kill without fingers? Never lucky. Get the tag, get the tag, get the tag, get the tag, get the tag. Ah, damn. I tried to yoink it. I'll be nice. I'll help him kill it. Oh, there's one. rpg.twitch.tv, that's a thing. Not a Twitch RPG, not a member yet. Click on the sign in button. Literally never heard of that. Clever. Noise? News to me. Might have to have a look into that. Avoid Taron Mill. I hear it's a terrible realm. Avoid it at all costs. And follow the path to the hinterlands. How the hell does that work? Alright. Sure. Don't worry, I got characters there too. Admittedly, they're only level 60, but I got toons there too. I'm joking, I'm joking. Surely this is not even remotely the sensible. We go. I guess we go down this way. Right, running boots on. We sneak down here. This will be easy, won't it? How's our bags looking? Our bags are not too bad, actually. I was expecting worse. Anything we can just randomly get rid of because it's worth nothing. Seriously low on arrows. We'll switch to these feathered arrows if needs be. We need to burn through those anyway before we hit 40. It's fine. Alright, now this number is going to go up because we're unlikely to kill anything for the next 5 minutes whilst we travel. Less than half a bar to go though. Good progress is being made. Oh, sleeping bag. I forgot. I completely forgot. Missing out 3% experience here. Slacking. Get to sleep. Triggering some escape from Durnow memories with that route. Yes, very true. Oh god, that place. Quite literally the definition of triggering. My dog is dreaming again. Dog 1 is fast asleep on the sofa woofing. Dog 2's just looked at me to say, "Oi, can you shut that dog up, please?" I'm also trying to nap. Right, do we... Well, for starters, I think, boys and girls, I think it's probably smart if we're going to be in a sleeping bag for 2 minutes that I quickly go take a very speedy break for 2 minutes. Let's... ads are literally starting in about 2 seconds by the looks of things anyway. I'll be back in 2 minutes when we get ourselves a 3% buff. Entertain yourselves for a couple, I'll be back in 2. Was I back in time? Was I back in time? Just about by the looks of things. Right, 3% bonus. Still is going to take me 1 hour 59 to level, apparently. Okay, we're good. Madame Web is now 13% rating. I've heard that has been absolutely slammed. Well, yeah, it is what it is. How in the world do I get around here without dying? Is this a sneaky? This looks like a sneaky. We'll go this way. What do you think of the knowledge point system in professions? Do you think they can improve it going into the next expansion? Without triggering my alter ego Ramtheus, I would say that it's got the fundamentals to be a great little system. It was just poorly implemented in Dragonflight. Probably due to the fact that there was no tender loving care thrown its way throughout since launch. It should have realistically had some sort of catch-up mechanic integrated to it to allow people who turn up later in the expansion to not quite literally be months behind. But the concept of it, for the most part, is fine. A progression system for professions, no issues with whatsoever, especially considering I'm somebody who enjoys the profession system as an avenue of gameplay. A bit of a catch-up system wouldn't have gone amiss. I kind of somewhat disagree with being able to fully fill all of the trees, as it seems to be counterintuitive to the word specialization, in my opinion. Because by the time everybody's filled their trees, then nobody is specialist. It's very difficult to get specialization right in an MMO because there's just so many people. It's a numbers game. There's always going to be people that have chosen the same route as you. But TLDR, good idea, just unfortunately a little bit poorly executed in Dragonflight. Hopefully the next expansion they can tweak a few things and get it good. That's my That's my 2 cents. Better get back to work. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you very much for stopping by, Bear. Even if you did turn up and cause chaos, I would do the same though. Have fun.
What do you want, laddie? Can't you see I've got problems to take care of here? Who has time to stand around yapping with some traveller chatterbox? There are trolls coming out of the woodwork. Make it snappy. So you're a glorified errand boy for some old explorers?
No, I'm not a glorified errand boy.
I don't know who your old buddy was flying around with down in Azeroth.
Don't you know it's my
Do I look
birthday
like
today?
Griffin Master Talanax to you? Do I?
Also,
If you're so
some
interested
believe.
in the flight assignments, why don't you ask the Griffin Master? If I catch you idling around here for much longer, I'm going to put you to some real work. Now get a move on. Oh, yes. Of course I remember sending one of my Griffin riders to lend a hand to Brohan Caskbelly. Always had a soft spot in my heart for the Explorers League. My father helped with the initial excavation team that discovered Alderman, as a matter of fact. I sent who I thought was my best Griffin rider at the time with Brohan. He was a chap by the name of Rhapsody Shindigger, and what a Griffin jockey he was.
Rhapsody
Well and truly.
Shindigger. Did he say, what did he
Rhapsody
call him?
took quite a liking to the booze. Now, don't get me wrong. All of us dwarves up here at the aviary love a good ale when the time is right. But old Shindigger took to the liquor like a griffin takes to the skies. Damn shame it was too. No one could fly like Rhapsody. First sign of trouble was when he came stumbling back from that mission with your buddy, Brohan. All went downhill quickly after that. Had to let him go. Last I heard, he set up a brew camp to the east of here.
So apparently old Rhapsody likes a drinky poo or two. Okay. Hey, these are level 42. 40 plus mobs all of a sudden. In danger zone. Not built for this. Right, it's going to take way too long to kill things, so let's avoid stuff if we can. Well, that doesn't look like we're going to be able to avoid everything. It's weird, it doesn't overly feel as if my damage has really changed much at all. I swear I was doing like 150 DPS at level 25. Maybe, I suppose I've not changed my runes up really at all, which is probably part of the issue. And if I'm honest, actually, I don't think I've really changed much of my gear since level 25. I reckon half of this stuff is like still. I've got dark leather pants on. I've not found a single pair. I've not upgraded a single pair of legs in like 40 hours of questing. It goes to show how questing was never actually a very optimal way of doing anything. It was slow to level. There was an enjoyment factor with questing. The fun factor is there. Only amplified now by the fact that we got some little add-ons to improve the quality of life with questing. But back in the day, questing was just tragic all round. You didn't get good gear with questing. You didn't really.
Hiccup!
Yeah, it was just a
I'm
bit.
looking right at you, but you keep bobbing up and down, making me dizzy. Hoo hoo! Hiccup! Whoa! Did you feel that? Ground is a shaking, my friend. I need a drink. Hiccup!
Okay, he's
Hiccup!
absolutely
So that
smashed.
crazy fool Brohan sent you. We had quite an adventure. Hiccup! If you want me to tell you what happened down in the swamp, I'm gonna need me something stiff to drink. It wasn't a pretty scene, you see. Hiccup! Tell you what, Bring me what I need to whip up a Kalimdor cocktail, and I'll tell you all about
A
it.
Kalimdor
I need
cocktail.
Some rock gizzards from Tanaris. And let's see, some Groddock and Ironfur livers from Feralis. A nice stiff Kalimdor cocktail. That'll get me talking.
A nice stiff Kalimdor. Yeah, I'm not going to make that joke. I'm sure you can make that joke yourself.
Very good, adventurer. You must have hacked through a whole mess of ogres to get all these knuckle bones. That should keep them out of our hair. At least, for a while. Now that you've had a taste of the Crush Ridge ogres, I want you to really bloody their noses. Go into the ruins of Alterac and seek out the Crush Ridge warmongers. I want you to cut down a good number of them. That's the only way those brutes will learn to keep their distance from Alliance territory.
Okay. Some more
adventurer.
killing.
The Argus Wake does not sound like a group we want running the Syndicate. And although you may have destroyed their leader here, Nagaz was merely the servant of another. The Argus Wake might run deep through the continent of Azeroth, or even the world. Stripping the Syndicate of its nobility will remove its ability to act decisively and reduce it to nothing more than a gang of thugs. You serve your alliance well, adventurer. Well met. For the alliance. More encrypted notes? I wish I had the talents to decrypt all the strange bits of writing that trickle down from
Why didn't that
Alterac,
work?
but I'm afraid I lack the knowledge. Prospector Stormpike is a master of decryption and deciphering. If you take the parchment you found to him, then with luck he can make sense of it. Stormpike is currently studying in the Prospector headquarters in Ironforge. And when you see him, tell him you spoke with me. I've been sending him quite a lot of business lately. Those beastly ogres now reside within Alterac's ruins, and I shudder to think what they're doing with the precious book still there. You must recover what you can, enter the ruins of Alterac, and search for tomes looted by the ogres. Get whatever you can find and bring them to me, but also seek out one book in particular, The Arm of Grelek. It contains ancient troll lore that I must learn, and the ruins of Alterac was the last known location of an intact copy of this book.
Okay. Few new things to do, but we are off to Alterac Valley for a minute. This is probably where we're going to ding 40 by the looks of things. Hey, we absolutely crushed that leveling time. That said 2 hours like 5 minutes ago. Back, sushi rice is done. Oh, you're making sushi? That's clever. I've never attempted to make sushi. I probably should, though, to be honest. I do enjoy a good sushi. I mean, how hard can slicing up some fish be, really?
Need help? Don't mind Squaretoe, adventurer. He doesn't mean to be rude. He's just terribly busy. While we wait for him to finish scouting, why don't we work on something more productive? Archmage Malene sent Squaretoe and I here to collect reagents for him. I was at a loss as to how I was going to collect the items, but now that you're here, I think my problem's solved. I need the following: witherbark tusks, witherbark medicine pouches, and a shadow hunter knife. Could you find those for me? The witherbark live to the southeast of Arathi.
Slay some witherbark then. That might be... It might be witherbarks that ding us 40, you know, at this rate. What do we need? Like, what's the actual XP? Like 20k, 22,000 XP to go? Ooh, we're getting close. Getting close. It's pretty easy to make. I do it with hot smoked salmon, some cream cheese, cucumber shrimps, sriracha. Sounds good, you know. Sounds very good. It'd blow my budget to buy it twice a week. I live in a fishing village, so can't really get... Well, yeah, I mean, if you've got good access to fresh local fish, then, yeah, take full advantage. My name is Merzael. I'm the princess of the earth, and my captors, the giants, have trapped me deep beneath the Arathi highlands. These crystal shards are the only way I can speak to the surface world. Gather 12 motes, bring them back. Okay, we'll help you out. Avoid hammerfall. Oh yeah, because that's PvP zone, isn't it? We're going to get wrecked. You're only level 30, so there's no point killing you either. Kill dry whisker enemies around the area. You find more in the cave. 12 motes. Okay. Oh, all of these are too low level. There's not even any point killing them. Plus, they're only going to give me, like, maybe medium leather. So we can totally 100% ignore those. Let's kill one just to check. I'm quite sure these are going to be, like, medium leather at best. Yeah, medium leather. That said, I technically live close enough to the coast where it would be no more than like 10-15 minutes for me to get some like proper caught today level fish. I just don't have a clue with what I'm doing with fish. I never have. I've always been way more confident cooking and preparing with meat. Fish, on the other hand, I've got no idea what I'm doing. I don't eat fish very often though. For me, it's a weird one. Like I love sushi, absolutely love it, but have never really considered making it. Nor do I generally with fish have any idea what to do. If I go to a restaurant or something, I'm never going to order a fish dish. This is the thing. If I'm going to a restaurant or something, I'm almost always going to have steak or something that's a speciality from there. I'm rarely going to pick a fish dish. A fish dish. I'm just, maybe it's the British in me. I'm just not adventurous enough. But that's not to say I don't appreciate it when somebody else has cooked it and it's good. Only upside so far from global warming is that we can buy locally caught tuna. Tuna steak is incredible. The UK broke me for tuna though. Tuna, because the tuna in brine out of a tin is one of the grossest things that humankind has ever created. And that's all the access to like tuna you have in the UK. Like John West tuna in a can is absolutely vile. But like a proper good piece of fresh tuna sashimi or like tuna steak or something, oh, delicious. Until the vinegar, etc. is added, it's Japanese rice. Calling it sushi rice is just marketing. It's actually Japanese rice. I suppose it's clever marketing though, isn't it? Because it clearly works. I enjoy a nice can of tuna with some olive oil and an onion as a snack. I get it. I get why people like it. I just can't. Like, it's not for lack of trying. I just can't. If I wanted to eat cat food, I'd eat cat food. Isn't there meant to be like a cave or something we can get to from up here? Where's the flipping... How do we even get up there? Where's the path gone? I'm not being dumb, am I? Where's the path to get up there? Is it this? Is this the path to get up there? Hey, look, you're sneaky. Almost missed you. Sly. If you're wondering, there's 16 pages of the STV books to gather. Technically, I could just go to the auction house, buy those, and hand them in, and then that would probably be GG. Do those quests actually give gold once 40? I'm just wondering if you could actually even turn a profit off that. With how cheap some of the pages probably are. Probably not. Somebody else is going to figure that out, haven't they? Somebody will be strangleholding like one of the pages, no doubt, to make it not really worth. Have I not got a single one of these moats yet? I have not had a single one. This is a Swizz. Hey, what? Who? What? Why? Sneaky rogue, man. Goddamn rogues. One time I worked at a repackaging company where we repackaged dog food. Collie grabbed a box that had open tins and maggots came out. Ew. Okay. I don't mind maggots, but it was just gross. I mean, I mind maggots enough to not like the things. This is why, unfortunately, some Asian cuisine pushes the limit for me. Like, I don't particularly have any interest in eating bugs. If it's still wiggling while it's on my plate, I'm not eating it. It's quite simple. It is not going in my mouth if it's still wiggling. I think that should be a rule for everybody. A sentry egg, get bent. Nope. I consider myself to be relatively... well, I'm not adventurous, but I'm also not a prude when it comes to, like, trying food. But if it's still wiggling and it's on my plate, we ain't going there. No, not happening. Canned tuna, onion, pickle, bit of mayo on a tuck cracker. I think out of that lot, I'd dip the tuck cracker in mayonnaise and call it a day. That would be my indulgence on that. Although pickled onions are flipping outrageous. Love me a good pickled onion. Does panna cotta jiggle? It jiggles, not wiggles. It's different. There's a significant difference between a jiggle and a wiggle. And only now have I just realised it. This is why they say that boobs jiggle. Because there's a difference. Wiggly is often referred to worm-shaped things. Ah, do these moats not exist? I'm starting to believe these moats don't exist. And I'm killing these for the fun of it. Are we doing anything whilst doing these? Skip this step. Oh. Babies wiggle? Yeah, I'm not eating them either. When it don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. Mr. Through in action there. So the Wiggle song by Jason Derulo is about worms, clearly. Yep. Definitely. Oh, you're evading? Why are you evading? Go kill it anyway. What? Not much that Jason Derulo has to say makes sense though, so... No! Leave! Shaman, don't do it! Considering how close we are to 40, if this quest ends up being a pain in the ass, we can just skip it. There's plenty of stuff ahead of us. On the basis that I think I've killed about 20 of these already, and I'm yet to get a single moat, I'm starting to believe it's a myth that they even exist. Noun, a wiggling movement, a slight wiggle of the hips. Now you see, hips can wiggle. And if there's maybe a touch too much on those hips, then they jiggle. Depends. Depends on the situation. Context matters. Right, I think we're going to can off this one. This is ridiculous. Can we go... Turn this in. Accept hints of a new plague. Are we not going to be able to pick that up? Surely we can pick that up. Let's find out. Pissing about with these stupid moats that clearly don't exist. The offending form of movement is squirm. Yeah, if you're squirming, you've done something wrong. That's probably true. I can back that. Nobody likes the squirmer. Come on, Spot. Kill it faster. Let's go. Now, it claims it's going to still take us an hour. I reckon we can get 19k experience much faster than an hour. I mean, just handing in some quests alone would get us half of that. I just need good one good quest to sink my teeth into that's not got some cancerously low drop rate on it.
Hello. So, Finn sent you to check on us? Not surprised. He worries too much. We've been watching the farm for days, and Kin claims she saw a courier come out of that small house to the south not long ago. She talks a lot, but I can always trust her senses when we're in dangerous areas. You wouldn't happen to be a skilled tracker, would you? We think the courier might be carrying notes to Terran Mill. If we could get our hands on those documents, it might shed some light on what's happening in Hillsbrad.
Oh, I never did that one. Alright, skip that. This is an escort quest. If she's not there, somebody may be doing it already. Oh, I remember this all being absolutely guff. Skip all of this. Oh no, we've completely ballsed it up now, haven't we? How does the entire zone balance on doing this flipping rubbish first? Right, let's just go this way. Kill things. Kill more things. Collect some stuff. GG. Level 34 peons. These hyperspawn as well, don't they? I'm almost convinced of it. Now, there's a good chance that the very second I ding 40, or maybe not the very second, but shortly after dinging 40, we'll want to come back and do all these quests anyway. But, oh hello. Do we want to take all of them in one go? Probably not. But now we're just after the easy ones. Shadow hunters in the caves for the knife. For the Knife. These tend to have a low drop rate. Oh, Lord. Witchbark doctors. Let's just head straight to the cave. Got to be safe in the cave, right? Surely. Where are you going? Why have you only got half health? What happened there then? Was it the head? Who was it that gave us the... Oh, Shadow Hunter for the knife. Well, a tusk. Summon at least. Woo! Respawns like right on us. If there's good respawn rate in here though, we might just grind it out. That might be the play. Oh, you're the one that has the knife. Let's kill you then. Prioritize you. Wonder how many hardcore runs ended in caves like this. It's true, you know. I saw... Samadan's obviously been playing hardcore and is slowly progressing through it and has got his little YouTube series on the go for hardcore. And he nearly met his demise yesterday, I believe. Yeah, I think there's clearly some sort of clusters, some spots that will Cause a lot of people problems. This is why when they mess around with the respawn rates, I think for hardcore, they kind of should leave the respawn rates well alone. Because when the death of your character means the death of your character, you kind of don't want something as silly as adjusting respawn rate to do you over. Hardcore solo self-found turns up at the end of the month as well, though, doesn't it? Unfortunately, that's likely going to clash with me playing some Last Epoch. I mean, we could play Last Epoch hardcore, I suppose. Probably not the smartest of moves, but I'm assuming there's a hardcore mode, or at least people could simulate a hardcore mode. Usually is in ARPGs. I don't know how many people watch Quinn. Quinn 69, that is. He's been playing Palworld and was on the last tower. And I mean, I don't think it's spoilerific particularly to say that he died on the last tower in quite amusing fashion. Amused me greatly. I see the entertainment value in watching other people play these games in sort of hardcore fashion. Because you can sort of, what's the word? Where you feed off somebody else. Vicariously. You can vicariously feel the same experience without actually having to do it yourself. Now, obviously, trying to play Palworld hardcore is a bit of an odd thing to do in the first place, but I'm glad these are like quite low level. It means we can pretty much shred through them. There's another tusk. We need to find a little farm where nobody else has been. Easier said than done. Okay, there's a few more we can get from this area. I wonder how far people have come out. There's another dude up there. No, he's gonna go ninja it. Stupid mage. Leave it alone. You didn't see him. Ha! Didn't see him. Sucker. Your Wildhammer Clan reputation is increased by 5. Who the hell is Wildhammer Clan? I wonder if they've got anything interesting. You forget how many little side reps and stuff there were in Classic. Oh, another medicine pouch. We'll take that. Maybe let's go back. That hunter's gone that way. There's not so much on the other side of the lake, I don't think. I mean, it's all these little. It's the little clans that float around that have reps attached to them and stuff. There's even reps for you to obtain whilst you're leveling and this sort of thing. That sort of approach, I think, works well in an RPG like this. Something that you can sort of do for a little while. But this is why often I think retail can feel kind of quite clinical, almost sterile. Because retail has this, like, almost strict formula nowadays. And most expansions, to be fair, have, you know, this is a formula that Blizzard have been like honing in on for a decade plus. But the 4 zones, 4 renowns, like capital city renown, crafting renown. I don't know how they move away from this. But it doesn't feel very natural. It doesn't feel very, like, worldly. Like, clinical and sterile is about the best way I can describe it. Because you can almost predict, right? That the reality is nowadays, before even a new piece of content comes out, you can pretty accurately predict exactly what it will be, exactly what it will contain, because they've got the formula down, right? They've nailed the formula now. And Dragonflight for me was the first expansion for a long time where they've played it 100% safe. They've taken basically 0 risks. The riskiest thing they've done in Dragonflight is the crafting overhaul. How did I not get any loot from that? The riskiest thing they've done is the crafting overhaul, and that wasn't, you know, particularly that risky because it was a side hustle thing in the first place. As much as us goblins and crafters would like it to have been a pillar of play, it really wasn't. Three raids, 8 boss formula, the 8 dungeon formula. Yeah, everything's mathed out. Everything's calculated. Sometimes the sort of sometimes when things are a bit rougher around the edges, they feel more natural. And I think this is why the classic 1 to 60, vanilla 1 to 60, even 20 years later, is keeping people interested. Oh, damn, we're not even getting tags now, are we? A lot of things in a lot of things in retail now are just so precise, right? There's a level of everything systemized and precise, which then actually makes it only feel yet worse when there are like bugs and things that are not polished, because they stick out like a sore thumb. When they drop a mini event like the Archivists in 10.2.5, it sticks out like a sore thumb as just being absolutely terrible because they polish everything. And everything is systemized, and you know that they've pushed it too far. They've gone too far. Like the flipping 238,000 fragments or whatever the hell they were called that you had to farm up was such a very, very mathematically calculated quantity. And you could see that, right, if people are going to want the full set, they're going to need, We want them to have something to do for like 8 weeks ahead, bare minimum. So how much do we need to allow? How many of this currency do we need to let people have per week? You know, it's all super calculated towards engagement, and it stops things from feeling natural. They feel clinical. Also why sometimes, you know, the simple solution is the best solution. That could easily... That's a really easy argument to throw at the new crafting system as well. I know I was quizzed earlier about what I thought about knowledge points and stuff. Not so much with knowledge points, but the crafting stats. Inspiration, multi-craft, resourcefulness. I get them. I understand them. But that's because I devoted a lot of time and effort to figure them out. The reality is, I think, multi-craft, resourcefulness, and inspiration. I think 3 is a crowd in that scenario. I think we could happily do without inspiration, honestly. Multi-craft and resourcefulness are both obvious in design in what they do and what they achieve and why they're important. Inspiration, on the other hand, doesn't seem to make quite as much sense in its current form. Well, there's our 10 tusks. We need 1 more medicine pouch. That's presumably going to come from very specific mobs, isn't it? But beggars can't be choosers right now, so we kill everything. Got a cobra skin from a work order from a guildie last night. I can live with that part of the crafting. Yeah, see, resourcefulness kind of makes sense. And I think, because with where work orders are concerned, the fact that resourcefulness benefits the crafter, multi-craft benefits the buyer, I think that was quite smartly balanced. That if a proc happens on an order for somebody else, then, well, if it's a multi-craft, then the buyer just got lucky. And if it's a resourcefulness proc, then, that's a bonus to the crafter. I think that works well. But inspiration just feels out of place. Not to mention, it was so heavily abused at the beginning of the expansion. If you knew how to optimize inspiration at the beginning of the expansion, you were doing silly things before other people even had a chance. I mean, K-Chak showcased this probably most publicly. That if you knew what you were doing with inspiration in the first few days, you were creating rank 3 stuff before people had even properly unlocked rank 2. And that's a level of, I understand, there being a bonus, but that felt more than a bonus. That felt like almost cheat mode. That's the good part of the region-wide auction house. The other person is unlikely to see you post that Cobra skin a few seconds later, yeah. Don't forget the abuse of the new systems, the resets, the guaranteed rank 3s. Well, they were bugs and exploits. There is no place for bugs and exploits in anything ever. The easy solution to that is just make the game better. I know bugs happen, I know exploits happen, but the simple scenario is patch them faster. It's not that they didn't know about them. It was more frustrating than anything else when they implemented new stuff and that same flipping, the same bug that was in it the first time they implemented it showed its face again, e.g. Dracothists. The entire Dracothist market was scuffed because they copy-pasted old code. So dumb. So dumb. What's the point of going in and fixing a bug if then the next piece of content you implement, you copy and paste the old code and then still don't do anything about it until it's too late? That's just poor management. I'm not salty in the slightest. I only lost 16 million gold because of that. Too many cooks. 2,000 less cooks. But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It doesn't help. I'm convinced. Obviously, I don't know the full inner workings at Blizzard, but I'm convinced that the person and/or team that designed most of the new crafting system, or at least was heading it, was moved on in some way, shape, or form, should we say? And this is probably one of the reasons we didn't see much of an update to the crafting system throughout the entire expansion, is because I am convinced whoever it was, team or individuals responsible for making that system, let's be real, team, were moved on to do something else. And then, so, you know, there was nobody that was fully knowledgeable enough yet to come in and actually make improvements or updates to it because they were playing catch up with somebody else's system. Come on, I need one more medicine pouch. One more medicine pouch. What's going to be the hardest thing, you know, is when this orange bar hits the end. When the orange bar hits the end, that means if we were just to turn in all of our quests we'd completed, we would ding. But that's probably going to be more time consuming due to travelling than... Oh, grats, Mr. Dude. Who's that? Oh, you only dinged... 36! What are you doing around here at level 35, you crazy person? Also, how they completely dropped both cooking and fishing. Yeah, the secondary professions had, like, zero love. This surprised me even within the Dragonflight alpha beta phase. How they seemingly did nothing for the secondary professions at all. That was, I must admit, quite strange. Especially considering cooking was should have been a prime one to take advantage of, like, you know, the new system. I mean, it kind of did, but it was crowbarred in. It didn't really... Then again, there were some people that were quite happy to have something to play with that didn't piss about with, like, quality ranks and stuff. I still remember Penguin made a video talking about cooking at some point. And a few hours later, you could look at the comments and it was just people lolling all the way to the moon. Like, what, you're trying to promote cooking for like 2 gold profits per craft? Are you mad? It was a valiant effort to try and help people out, but it was taken the wrong way. Still think completionists down the line will need some sort of catch-up for Dragonflight professions. Honestly, if you are a completionist in that regard, you'll have already done it. You know, you would hope that if you are of that mindset, you'd have spotted the fact that, hang on, Hang on. There's 8 months worth of dailies I need to do here to get blacksmithing capped. Maybe I should get on this now. Cooking felt like it was made in such a hurry, getting the new system but not utilizing it fully. Cooking was, interestingly, if I remember this correct, cooking was actually one of the very first ones that was implemented that we got to properly test. Meaning that cooking was probably the foundation that they did the other ones from. I think they got things up and running with cooking. Cooking and alchemy, oddly, I vaguely remember. I think cooking was like possibly the first one they did, but like their first iteration, right? And then they did the others to a deeper level and finished the others, but then never really came back to cooking. Oh God, look how close we are. We got skinny little bar here. Even if we hand in some quests, we're going to be close, but no cigar. I hope skipping some of the early quests in this zone isn't going to come back to bite me. Let's see. I read somewhere that it was because fishing and cooking wasn't handled by the team that did the main professions, but whoever made that call is out of touch with the game and system of professions. Well, there was a developer that was hired prior to Dragonflight, specifically with the role of professions and reward developer, who was likely to be the person that headed up the new profession system. But I think, as I said, I think they were quite swiftly moved on to other things. Obviously, anything done at Blizzard level scale now is handled by multiple people, tens of people, I would imagine. Not to mention, you've got developers that are probably responsible for designing stuff, and then you've got the developers that are responsible to actually implement it before you even consider any form of like testing or QA or anything like that. What happens to a new player joining the game and backtracking with professions? Well, realistically, as soon as we leave Dragonflight, it won't make a blind bit of difference, because you won't be crafting things for their power gain, right? This is the thing. This is why when you leave from one expansion to the next, then sure, you can go back and craft a few things, but 90% of the stuff just goes in the bin. This is also why I just kind of think that Blizzard might be just riding it out, like, you know, putting a big cross through it on the whiteboard and just saying, right, we'll fix it in the next expansion.
Incredible. I can see why Malin asked you to come join us. Very well done indeed. At this rate, Skirto and I will be headed back to Stormwind in no time at all. I believe my dwarven companion is back from scouting Boulderfist Hall. Go speak to him when you're ready. It looked as though he might have had a bit of a scuffle with the ogres. Don't mention that to him, though. He's very sensitive about criticisms to his skills at scouting.
Hey, adventurer. Sorry to be so short with you earlier. And no, that ain't a pun. I figured out where Trelane's first item ended up. Korgresh has it in Boulderfist Hall. And by the way, he was throwing down blasts of ice at his kin to keep them in line. He must be close to figuring out how to use all of its powers. Boulderfist Hall's south of here and then east of Thandol Span. Find the ogre and get back that wand. While you're gone, I'll figure out what we're going to do about Stromgarde.
Gotta go find a wand, apparently. Thelane's Wand of Invocation. They got 2.5 years of content that they need to do daily to catch up. It's just how it's always been with live games. Yes, very loose use of the terms either way. Look at all this free leather just sat on the floor. Where did all of these come from? Oh, some of them have been skinned. Are you a if you're a skinner, I'll leave them to you. I didn't mean to steal all of your wares. But yeah, the reality is the very second you leave, the second we leave Dragonflight, the spec trees don't mean shit, right? So your catch up once you've left Dragonflight isn't needed, because even with zero knowledge points in something, you'll still be able to make it for the purpose of like transmog or something. And now let's not forget that nearly every single piece of gear is bind on pickup anyway. So you might only need it to craft it to get the transmog from it. You don't need to be crafting it at top quality or higher item levels or any of that rubbish, which is what predominantly the knowledge points and spec trees promote. So the very second we step out of Dragonflight, none of that will make a blind bit of difference. And even if you are that sort of, completionist sort of thing, there's no achievements for capping out your spec trees. So it's not even as if there's, 10 points for it. This is a grind step. Getting this far into level 39 will allow you to reach 40 after turning in quests. You're about to complete a fairly difficult escort quest with a handful of quests underwater, so it will be helpful to be a higher level. Well, reach level 39 and 80,000 experience by farming mobs in this area, apparently. I might just skip this because the orange bar has reached the end, technically. Unless these are easy enough to kill and there's plenty enough of them. Oh, no ammo. Oops. I knew I was short on ammo. I didn't realise I was that short on ammo. That was almost a whoopsie, wasn't it? Good thing I had some backup feathered arrows from earlier. Melee hunter incoming, yeah, clearly. Not out of choice, mind. It's tracked in ATT though. There's that. So well, yeah, I mean, if you want to go that far, then that's your doing. Like I said, if you're that deep into completionism, you've probably already got the ball rolling on that one. Because it's, I don't think it's much of a secret nowadays that the professions in Dragonflight are a grind. I think most people are well aware of that. One day my ATT will be completely clear. You'd be surprised. There's aggressive diminishing returns once you get into the 90% range, from what I hear. Not to mention that they pump out stuff almost faster than people can physically complete it in that regard. Or at least in a meaningful amount of time anyway. Still sad I'll probably never get the elemental lariat. Yeah, you and me both. Not the fact that I couldn't just go and buy it off the auction house if I wanted to, but the dropping that kind of gold just to say I have a recipe is painful at the best of times. I'm not even going to bother looting these fellas now. We're just on maximum pew pew mode. Almost halfway there with collecting it all. Percentage-wise, possibly. Time investment-wise, I don't think you're halfway there until you're at least sort of 80+%, honestly. There have been players historically that have spent 10 to 12 hours a day super optimized ATT grinding that are like in the low 90% still. Do we think 8 kills? 8 kills is what Zygor says before we ding 40. 8 kills. 8 kills, hand in some shit, GG, well played. We're nearly there. Glass half full, you know. I'm just, you know, setting expectations more than anything else. I know you know. Typical. There's nothing to kill when I need it to kill. Just because the obligatory percentage bar tells you you're close to the finish line doesn't mean jack. Yeah. I'm in Jesus. He be cruel. I think Warbands is going to change the meta up for completionists quite a lot. In a good way, mind. The fact that you'll be able to just, you know, you won't have to do everything 4 times is, I guess, the simple logic there. You won't have to do everything for cloth, leather, mail, and plate. You'll just be able to, you know, do it once and hoover up appearances. Oh, hang on. Spot needs a Scooby snack. I was in the act of old dungeon farming when I saw the announcement. It's going to make the end of Dragonflight feel really weird for a few people, since going and doing some like transmog farming and, you know, padding their collection is something that a lot of people tend to do towards the end of an expansion. Yet you're going to feel like you're absolutely 100% wasting your time if you do it at the end of Dragonflight. Because in a matter of months' time, you'll get 4 times the amount of appearances by doing the same stuff. It's going to feel really weird. Transmog unlock will be available from the pre-patch. I mean, we hope. We still don't totally 100%. Obviously, you know, I've learned with Blizzard to not believe it until you see it. The fact that we haven't even seen an alpha yet, I will wait and see. Anything we saw at BlizzCon was nothing more than concept art, so I will see it when I believe it. And I've also learned to not even trust roadmaps, because roadmaps are not promises. There, we plan to do this in this order and in this time scale. Doesn't always mean they do. Look at the profession changes that were on the profession updates, sorry, that were on the roadmap that magically disappeared. But then again, I'm quite known for being overly cynical about these things. I make roadmaps, I know, but I can still pretend. Yeah. You can tell yourself for sure. Been playing since 06, and my old account and brother's account are lost due to Yahoo email trash security. There was a time before Gmail existed. That's definitely a shame. What is not a shame, though, is that according to Zygor, I'm now within reach of handing these quests in and digging 40. My inventory is full. Let's get rid of this brie. We'll celebrate with cheese another day. Cheese and apples? Not today. Right, put boots on. Speed boots on. Turn in quests. Now, I don't think we're going to be... we're going to have to do a touch of travelling. I don't think this next quest particularly is what's going to cross us the finish line, but... Grey and white items were promised before Dragonflight. Yeah, plus it's still not strictly 100% implemented, like, because they wanted to bump it for like more than just grey and white items. It turned up in the game for even green items and stuff, but then quickly got switched off again because it was broken. And they've said nothing about it since. Whoops. What's the add-on that's showing the layer number on the map? It is... I can't remember. Nova World Buffs. Nova World Buffs.
What's on your mind?
Brilliant adventurer. 1 item down and 3 more to go based on my list. The other 3 items are all in Stormguard. Take a rest and get your strength back. The next phase of my plan will require a little more time and effort. Come back to me after you've gotten a warm meal and some rest. All rested. Here's our next step. There are ogres all around the Tower of Arathor in Stromgard. We're gonna need to activate the tower's defenses if you're gonna stand a chance against them and still make it to the items alive. To do that, we're gonna need some gems the Boulderfist shaman have taken a liking to. They took them from the tower, but they're not gonna stay in their possession for long. Get one of them gems and bring them to Crichton. He knows the spell to enchant them, so they'll work as a key.
Right, I'm not pissing about with any of this shit. We're handing in quests. We're handing in quests. Apparently we're not. Where do we turn this in? Random ass quest over in Desolus. Let's just go kill stuff for 5 minutes. Can't believe it's cucked me, leaving me like 2 inches away. And these flipping things are level 30. I should have killed more ogres. Stupid Zygor. Right, you're getting closed. You pissed me off. So close. So close. Would say, Matthews, your guys helped me get some gold in the bank again. Hey, you're welcome. I'm glad. It's a nice XP bar. It's actually just a weak aura, which I can't open while in combat. It's just a simple weak aura. If you search for leveling bar weak aura, it's like the first one you find. Luxother's experience bar. Let's throw you a link, why not? Boop. New apartment's amazing. Can use both the washer and the dryer at the same time without blowing a fuse. That's handy, you know. That is handy. I have one of those combi washer dryers, so it's not technically possible for me. Plus, I have a wife that has an aversion for drying clothes. She has the belief that it ruins the clothes. And we're like, well, we'll buy some more then. That's the problem. That's a good excuse to buy more clothes, surely. I tried speaking her language, it didn't work. She speaks Finnish, that is true. She also speaks better English than I do. Her office wear is a dressing gown. She works from home. She goes to the office once a month. But you are right, yeah. All right, come on, 1500 rep. We're gonna do it by killing raptors by the looks of things. That said, she's in the office today. This is why I get out of having to do the food shop this week, which is wonderful. Because she's going to do it on her way back from the office, so that we don't have to piss about doing it over the weekend. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing. There's only one thing I like about doing the food shopping. And that's that I get to buy a bunch of snacks. Because what man walks around a food shop, and doesn't go, I'll have one of those. The joy of snacks. Snacks make the world go round. No snacks and no Warcraft make Manthius something something. Husband came home with 10 Mars bars because they were on sale. Exactly. And with all of the money he saved, he probably bought some beer. You know, that's man logic for you. That's how we do it. It's completely valid and totally logical. I won't hear anything otherwise. Some man math right there, exactly. Skinner and me's crying. I am skinning some of this. Inventory management's a problem right now. Oh, these two might do it, you know. We're going to double team it to ding 40. Either that or Spot's dead, because I got no mana. Problem solved. Are you ready, boys and girls? Are you ready? It's happening. It's happening. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. As soon as this bar goes down. Here it is. Look, Ma, no hands. Woo! Thank Christ for that. Gratz mount time. Soon TM? Soon TM. Darnassus. Leatherworking is next on my list. Congrats, guild first. World first, mate. World first. Relax with guild first. Look at the gold maker that doesn't make gold. Yeah. If I hoovered the gold off my mage, in an hour, I could have it. If I just went and got the gold off my mage. Right. Where did I set my Hearthstone to? South Shore? Where am I going to want to go? I'm going to want to go to Darnassus relatively soon anyway. I'm going to be brutally honest. I am absolutely starving. I said I was going to ding 40 today, and we've done it. It took me longer than I expected, though, for sure. Right, legs on the go. Let's just go South Shore. Honestly, with the amount of leather and stuff I've got saved up, there's a strong chance, actually, that if I just leveled up leatherworking and vended all of the shit, I might be good.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
Alright, there's some stuff in the bin. Got a bunch of quests and stuff to hand in as well. I don't need any of these. Raptor eggs I'm not going to want. That'll do for now.
Have a good one.
Oh, no. I've just also remembered. I'm going to have a big bill for new skills, aren't I? Right. Well, I think that's actually probably a good spot for me to call it for today. It took us a week to ding level 40. Oh god, it took me a week to get 15 levels. And I claim to do this for a living. Shocking performance. Boys and girls, thank you for joining though. Thank you for joining. The company has made the journey far more enjoyable. Thank you. And appreciate all the bits and the subs and stuff today as well. Thank you very much. Now, on a Friday at about this point, I usually wish you farewell for the weekend. Next time, Mage Day, we'll see. We've still got a fair few bits and pieces to do now that we are level 40, of course. Some point next week, though, we're probably going to start looking at Last Epoch. I want to have a little bit of a look at Last Epoch before 1.0 drops later on in the month. If you have played Last Epoch, feel free to share your wealth of knowledge with me. If you haven't, it's about $30 on Steam, and I've heard good things, but I won't give it a full recommendation until I've given it a good go myself. That'll be some of the plan for next week, at least. I haven't quite decided exactly when. It depends how much more stuff I want to do on this Hunter in Phase 2. We've still got the runes to collect. Obviously, gearing is a thing we can casually do over time anyway. Got to get the mount. Got to get a bit of goal making. Got to get the professions on the go. Still plenty of stuff to keep us busy with anyway. No scheduled streams for this weekend because I streamed all last weekend and I want to spend a day with the wife. But yeah, which ultimately means unless there's something that jumps out the woodwork, surprises me, have yourselves a wonderful weekend and I'll see you all on Monday. Come say hi over in the Discord. Remember to hit the follow buttons, the sub buttons down below, whether you're watching here on Twitch or here on YouTube. And if you're watching this at a later date of the VOD, hope you're having a good weekend as well. Have a good one, boys and girls. See you later. Peace.